Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. I will call the December 3rd Select Board meeting to order. We have two additions to the agenda. We have a new business item, which is the acceptance of a gift for the removal of the whale, and we have an additional announcement. And with that, we'll accept the agenda and turn it over to the town manager.
Thank you. This meeting is being video and audio recorded. The town is hosting public informational sessions on PFAS this fall and winter. The information is right on the Select Board agenda and also online. And our Deputy Housing Director, Dylan Metch-Ampel, is going to provide the additional announcement. Dylan?
Thank you, Libby. The Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, the EOHLC, approved the addition of the 28 units in Richmond Development's Meadows 1 to the town's subsidized housing inventory, or SHI list, which brings the town's total percentage to 7% and gives us another year of safe harbor under Chapter 40B. Municipalities' SHI lists are managed by the EOHLC, and they are the Commonwealth's official record of towns and cities' affordable housing units. Municipalities must have 10% of their housing stock on the SHI list or be making incremental progress toward that goal to maintain local control over Chapter 40B developments. If anybody's interested in learning more about Chapter 40B, the SHI list, and Safe Harbor, you can visit the town's website. There should be a, it would be good if you look up Town of Nantucket Chapter 40B and SHI list, it will come up and you can access the information there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any opening Select Board announcements or comments?
I just want to say it's been a delight to see the paving finished for the sewer force main project, the striping, and being able to navigate around a little bit easier, breathing a sigh of relief. So I'm grateful to Erica and the DPW and the sewer department and the contractors involved in that, we're seeing that very long, arduous process come to an end.
Okay, seeing no others, we do have some public comment updates from prior meetings. I will read those now. Herewith, the Town of Nantucket provides summary information in response to public comments regarding the African Meeting House Investigation Procurement Work Group. For more detailed information, please visit the Public Comments Questions page on the town website. The African Meeting House Investigation Procurement Work Group was established by the Select Board, is responsible for leading a transparent and structured process to select a qualified firm to review the investigation. The work group will ensure a fair and thorough procurement process. Throughout this process, the work group may seek guidance from experts such as the town's procurement officer, law enforcement professionals, and town council to ensure a well-informed approach. To ensure maximum transparency, all meetings will be publicly posted, open to the public, recorded, and available on the town's YouTube channel. Revised mission discussion. At the Select Board September 10th, 2025 meeting under Select Board reports and comments, the board voted to expand the scope of the African Meeting House Investigation Procurement Work Group to allow for monitoring the progress of the investigation being undertaken by LCG Inc., the awarded investigative firm. The video of the meeting is available on the town's YouTube channel for all to watch. Work group membership. Dr. Malcolm McNabb, Select Board Representative. Clifford Williams, Citizen Warrant Article Representative. Dr. Noel Trent, Museum of African American History Representative. Luke Thornwell, Citizen Appointee. Anthony Rocky Fox, Citizen Appointee. The African Meeting House Investigation Procurement Work Group meetings. Meetings were held on April 17th, April 23rd, April 28th, May 12th, July 7th, July 14th, July 21st, and August 4th, 2025. Additionally, on November 24th, 2025, the African Meeting House Investigation Procurement Work Group meeting held an open meeting to the public to provide a review of the mission, mandate, protocols for accessing town records, as well as an update on the investigation. The meeting can be viewed on the town's YouTube channel, and the agenda can be found on the town's website. Attendance. Members are expected to attend the meetings consistent with town board practices. The public is encouraged to attend any public meetings of any board or commission. Response to specific public comment questions of November 12th, 2025. Barbara Burgo asked, who appointed Dr. McNabb chairman of the work group? The town's response, the select board appointed Dr. McNabb as chair of the African Meeting House Investigation Procurement Work Group. Clifford Williams asked, again stated that he had not received the revised RFP from the town. The town's response, as previously stated, Mr. Williams received the RFP addendum on July 18th at 8:49 a.m. Under Massachusetts general law, there is no concept of a revised RFP. Instead, addenda are added to an existing RFP. That is precisely how the work group proceeded with making minor changes to the RFP. The email with the attachment titled Addenda 1 was sent to Mr. Williams at the above noted time. To watch the November 12th and November 19th select board meetings, please visit the town's YouTube channel. So that was our response to prior public comments. Now I just wanted to, before we go to public comment for tonight, just read how we generally do this. Public comment is for items that are not otherwise on the board's agenda. Each speaker will be allowed to speak once for up to 3 minutes. The chair may curtail verbal comments exceeding the allotted time. A recognized speaker may not cede or assign their time to another unless such an assignment is required as reasonable accommodation for such person because of a disability. Public comment is listened to by the board. Matters raised during public comment are not required to and are unlikely to be addressed or resolved by the public body at the same meeting. Response by the town may be provided at a subsequent meeting, as well as online. So is there anyone who would like to make a public comment this evening?
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Abby De Molina, and I'm the chair of the Nantucket Planning and Economic Development Commission, or NP&EDC. I want to respond to a public comment made by Hillary Rayport at the November 19th Select Board. Her statement made several misrepresentations. The NP&EDC wholeheartedly agrees that the makeup of the commission needs to change to be more inclusive and represent the community. That is why the commission has been working since 2021 in public meetings to draft legislation updates which encompass what the island needs. Since 2021, the NP&EDC has held over a dozen posted public meetings where the enabling legislation was on the agenda and discussed. In addition, in summer of 2024, the NP&EDC created a special work group to specifically consider Ms. Rayport's draft changes and attempted to reach a compromise. These were all public meetings as well. Even though there were many similarities between the two versions, there were fundamental differences between Ms. Rayport's version and the more inclusive version supported by the commission, and a compromise was not reached. A draft of the commission's enabling legislation was completed in November 2024. The NP&EDC voted to advance its draft legislation in November 2024 and again in August 2025. The reason the commission did not move their legislation forward after the November 2024 vote is because the commission decided to give Ms. Rayport's legislation the opportunity to work through the legislative process. That process has concluded and the bill was sent to study. Ms. Rayport mentioned she has multiple times attempted to put her citizens article on the agenda for the commission. Citizen articles are reviewed by the Finance Committee, and her article will be part of this process. The Commission's enabling legislation has not appeared on recent agendas because the Commission discussion is paused until after the public forum scheduled for this Thursday, December 11th. I, as the NP&EDC chair, specifically requested for Ms. Rayport to put her concerns with the Commission's version of the enabling legislation in writing on October 25th and she declined. The NP and EDC commissioners have worked really hard to come up with a fair and inclusive draft of the changes to the enabling legislation that benefit our community and not any special interest groups or target specific individuals. We continue to invite the community to learn more about the NP and EDC and the Commission's proposed changes at the December 11th forum. It's a shame and deeply unfortunate that both staff and volunteers on boards and committees must waste limited resources on addressing deliberately misleading claims made by members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Amy Eldridge. I just had a quick question. Will there be public comment at all during the town manager's report on any of those 5 items listed in that section? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
My name is Luke Thornwell, and I respectfully submit the following observations as a participant in the African Meeting House Work Group. And I'm going to conclude my comments with an appropriate prayer. Things do not feel right. It's not been a smooth process. The investigation is underway, but 10 days ago in our Zoom meeting, we were shocked, in a way, when Town Council essentially changed the RFP and sort of fired us. Town Council pointed to section 3.5 in our RFP titled Quality of Work. A logical follow through for us, having set the scope and standards. And the council said it was written wrong and it should be entirely disregarded. The select board will be taking over this part of the RFP. I want to read you what 3.5 quality of work was written in. Throughout the investigation, the selected consultant will work closely with the work group and will be expected to provide regular updates at a specific time. The consultant will spend time explaining the findings, the analysis, and the draft report to the work group before being presented. The final product will be presented by the consultant to the work group and select board in a public meeting. Analysis. The completed report will include an executive summary, methodology, data analysis, source materials, observations, and final recommendations. The removal of us as a group makes no sense. Indeed, it is in conflict of interest underscored by the addendum, which I only yesterday was able to put my hands on, and as a group we never reviewed together. We've been asking for a long time to see the addendum. The town, in the addendum, the town administrators and selectmen were also being investigated. This is stated in the addendum. So certainly separation of those entities should be maintained, it would seem. As an aside, it's okay. This leads me to the addendum, which we required long ago, but only were allowed to see yesterday. So until yesterday, we didn't even know if it had been accurately written. And indeed, it is missing information requested by Dr. Trent and Clifford. The missing information was along the lines of, during the investigation, if additional violations or grievances discovered, they will note the investigators will notify the town and recommend a separate investigation. This needs to be added to the investigators' tasks. Please advise us as when this will be done. I might also mention that it's not right for the chair to go and have meetings on his own with the selected investigators without informing the committee. This happened twice. The investigators asked to meet with us as a group. They saw value in this. This was agreed by all.
Luke.
The work group needs to be reinstated to fulfill its
Luke.
obligations. I only have a couple
Luke,
more
your
seconds.
time is up. I have to stick to the policy. You
Can I
can
just
submit,
conclude?
you
It's
can
4
sub,
sentences.
you can submit the remainder to us.
Can I finish this? The work group needs to be reinstated to fulfill its obligations. Quality of work should stand as agreed and written. Please advise as to when this will happen. My prayer is, may God Almighty move upon this island and investigation. May evil strongholds be crushed, miracles, truth, and wisdom revealed, justice, mercy, and forgiveness found. Island healing be in our future. In the name of Jesus Christ, may it be done. Amen.
Clifford Williams, 11 Somerset Road. I'd like to echo what Luke's just said. The addendum was put in, but I know people requested the RFP several times, yet the addendum wasn't accompanied with the RFP. I just checked my emails from the 18th of July. I didn't see anything. I did make a request on July 7th to, I believe, Malcolm, that we make sure we get the addendum. Like Luke said, I just saw it, and it was third hand. I'm kind of requesting that maybe we allow Barbara Burgle to co-chair this committee to gain transparency back from what's been lost. And I would also like to know if the African Meeting House is still considered an ongoing investigation, or it's been closed out by the town or the Attorney General or the powers to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two hands up online. Hillary Rayport.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to speak up tonight in the context of the discussion around the NP and EDC enabling legislation. I think it's time to start talking about ideas and not people, and having discussions that are collaborative in the open and part of public hearings where everyone gets to have a say, and where we continue to speak the truth and speak about ideas. Because I think that we can all see what happens when we lose trust in government. And the way to bring that back is to remember that when many, many people vote for something, it's because they believe in it. It's not, just because one person has one idea. So I look forward to the select board's response to my request for a public hearing to discuss both the citizens petition passed at 2 previous town meetings in a largely similar version about the enabling legislation, and any other article that might end up on the warrant that we actually haven't seen in writing yet. Thank you very much.
Kit Murphy.
Okay, there. Now I'm unmuted. I'm asking my question, and it's basically a simple yes or no answer. So I don't think you need to write up anything to be read at a future select board meeting. And I'm asking my question as a result of the article, very well written, researched article in today's Current about corporate STRs and a loophole apparently you can drive a truck through. And my answer is, or my question is it too late for the select board to submit a select board sponsored article for annual town meeting 2026?
No, it's not. We don't
Okay.
adopt the warrant until January.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Sure. Okay. I'm sorry, Campbell.
I apologize. I know it's going a little longer. So I have a couple of things. First, I'm going to ask that the timer be a little bit larger because it's incredibly hard to read from the back there. And okay, so a little distracted by the NP and EDC thing. I just want to state again that there's quite a difference between a public meeting and a public hearing. And I've gone to a number of the public hearing or meetings, and the chair can decide who's going to speak and what they're going to speak on. So I don't see that as a public sharing of ideas myself. The other thing doesn't have anything to do with the things we brought up tonight, but the other night we were talking about, I asked about solar panels out at the dump. And Ms. Moore had mentioned trying to cap cell one, I may be out of my lingo here, to do like a solar array, and that there's difficulty getting that capped. And I thought, well, maybe if we can combine the size of the solar array that would go on a capped cell one and how much energy that would generate, excuse me, that might help the town move that process along, because I know the governor is very supportive of alternative energy things. So that's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more public comment. Oh, okay. Meredith Lepre.
Hey, sorry to jump on at the last minute. I just was wondering if I could find out when the work was going to be beginning in the area of the airport where they're what I think I and a lot of the neighbors refer to as Lake PFAS, the giant puddle by the airport where I think there's runoff and a number of things. I just was wondering, I know there's going to be a ton of work with the bike path being put in there. And I just would love a timeline of when that lake, because it's with the rain that we've had in the last couple of days, it's pretty treacherous to drive through. And I would love to know when that's going to get fixed, or some kind of drainage fix, something. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have approval of minutes, warrants, and pending contracts. Oh, I'm sorry. We have the new business item for the gift acceptance.
Yeah, so added after the agenda was posted is a request for the acceptance of the donation from the Salem Foundation, funds to offset the town's cost of the disposition of the deceased sperm whale that washed up on the island 2 weeks ago. So I would move that we accept this gift and with a note of thanks.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that carries unanimously. Thank you. And now, next up, we have approval of minutes, warrants, and pending contracts. Are there any questions, comments, or a motion?
I just have one question.
Okay.
Sort of, given all we've heard tonight about the NP and EDC consulting, I assume this is for the meeting coming up? Well,
That's correct.
and it's not a public hearing of any kind. It's just a show and tell, or could someone explain that?
Leslie?
Okay. Hi, Leslie Snell. So we're having a forum, as our chairwoman Abby DeMolina mentioned, on December 11th, Thursday, from 9 to 11 at the Nantucket Inn. Dodson and Flinker, they're the consultants that we use to facilitate the visioning session for the master plan. That was really well received. Some of the select board members in particular complimented the work they did. So we have contracted with them to facilitate a discussion of the proposed changes. And that will be an opportunity for the public outside of the typical NPDC meeting to come and, talk about, ideas or suggestions or concerns that they may have for the NP and EDC's consideration.
Matt?
Yep, I have a question.
Or Malcolm?
No, go,
wait, okay.
You go.
No, go ahead, sir.
No, I have a question. Will there be an opportunity at that meeting to discuss the citizens article as well? I think that as I've said before, they are so close that having, having this back and forth for going on 3 years or so, I just think it would be great to find agreement and move on with this. So is there any chance that will happen, or will that have to be at the Finance Committee, as Abby said earlier?
Can you hear me still? Sorry, I'm not used to being a guest. I'm used to being a panelist, so excuse me.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So we've had a couple of meetings with these consultants, and we realized that there's obviously some crossover between the citizen proposals, because there have already been two. Now there's a third one on the warrant, and the one that the commission is proposing. So we expect that there will be some discussion of all of those options, I guess. But the focus is really meant to be on the planning commission version. But we can certainly, compare and contrast and talk about the differences between the versions and, positives, negatives. It's meant to be open. It's meant to really foster ideas and to encourage people to come and express their opinions.
Malcolm?
I would just follow up. I would encourage you and the consultants to really listen to everybody and have it a real open meeting and not just talk about the one the commission's proposed. Because I think, as my colleague said, this has been going around, and it's time to get everybody publicly to get to some agreement. Thank you.
Thanks. Deanne Atherton, did you have a question on the contracts? Or was your hand up prior?
Yes, I do, Dawn. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
When I was reading through the packet, I noticed this consulting contract for almost $10,000 related to the enabling legislation. And I was so pleased because I thought that perhaps the parties had all come together and were supporting the action of town meeting, which overwhelmingly adopted legislation for the reconfiguration of the NP and EDC. So am I confused about this?
Is Leslie still on? I think she just went over this.
Town meeting did approve 2 prior home rule petitions. Neither of those have been advanced by the legislature. This is an opportunity for the NP and EDC to advance their version, and there, may be compromises that are included, and that's why we're having the public forum to hear about all the ideas.
Thank you.
I'll make one more comment if I could. I think it's great that all will be listened. I'm a little concerned that, that there's going to be that the people being hired are going to have their marching orders from the MPDC who want what they want, so I'm a little bit concerned about that issue. Yeah, and it just seems to me that this is something that should be, we should have real public hearings more than just 2 hours on a Thursday morning and breakfast meeting. And I think this is what, I think Deanne was asking, is she confused? And I would say kind of, because this has been a confusing process. I think, I do know that one of the comments earlier was untrue. Ms. Rayport has been asking to have her discussion at these meetings, that the public meetings, that, it's on the meeting. Well, she's on the board and hasn't been able to give her, her side of it since, a while, 9 months ago, 10 months ago. So I feel like it's a little bit, if we want to get rid of the, sort of some of the mistrust and some of the bad blood that builds up here, there needs to be more back and forth, and it needs to be, I hope this begins the process. I really do. Thank you.
Does someone want to make a motion?
Yes, I move approval of minutes, payroll warrants, treasury warrants, and pending contracts.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I will vote for all but that one particular contract.
Okay, noted. So most of them carry unanimously, except for the one is 4-1. Okay, next up, we have consent items for a gift donation to Health and Human Services.
And I will take care of this one as well. The recommendation, the motion is to accept the following gifts or donations to town agencies. to Health and Human Services, a gift of $100 from Campbell Sutton for the Saltmarsh Senior Center. I move that we accept the gift for its designated purpose with thanks to the donor, which I will say thank you right here and now as well. But more formal thanks to come.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Thank you, Campbell. Citizen Departmental Committee requests and reports. We have Culture and Tourism, a filming debrief of the 5-star weekend.
Good evening. Chantal Blyce Murphy here. Just going to wait for it to come up on the screen. So at the August 20th meeting, you had all requested a debrief of 5-star weekend. So I'm just here to give you a quick run through. We can move to the second slide, please. So I wanted to put together a timeline of events that led us to the August 20th meeting. I think there was a little bit of, a lack of better words, misconception of what made it take so long to finally come to the select board. And I just wanted to show the many meetings and contacts that we had with the location scouts, and ultimately when we did finally receive the applications, when we had our meetings with them or walkthroughs with them of the different locations, and our public safety meeting on August 5th is when we ultimately decided that it was best to pull it from that upcoming agenda, because it was just, we had too many questions that didn't have clear answers, and admittedly, we suspected that you would all have those same questions too, and I didn't feel comfortable coming before you and saying, I don't know. So we decided to pull it, give them a chance to get those answers and come back to us, which was why we ended up at August 20th. So with the first contact with them in November of 2024 was well appreciated. It was a very simple, I had a meeting. Nantucket was mentioned as a location for filming. We don't have very much details yet, but as soon as we have more, we'll let you know. And I had asked for that through the Mass Film Office, as well as a host of the Massachusetts location scouts that work with the Mass Film Office, because the previous year we had a group kind of pop up on the island expecting that our permit process would be, 2-3 days, and they would have a permit and they'd be able to film. So we asked that as long as they're talking about Nantucket with filming, just at least give us a heads up so that we can kind of start figuring out what's going to happen, and we can keep nudging them along. So that's sort of how that came about. We can move to the next one. So at that August 20th meeting, just a quick recap, they had originally requested September 10th to October 2nd for their film dates. So that was 20 days, 17 locations. They originally asked for 9 noise bylaw waivers, 12 street blocking permits spread over 8 days. 4 of those were intermittent holds and 8 were full closures. And on their permits, they listed 80 cast and crew members. We can move to the next one. What was eventually approved, the film dates were September 10th to October 1st, so it shortened just so slightly. We ended up with 24 locations, 12 street and sidewalk blockings over 9 days, 7 intermittent holds and 5 full closures, 1 standalone sidewalk blocking, and we ended up with 227 cast and crew over the 20-day period. I want to stress that even though it says 227 cast and crew, that's adding up everybody that was at all of the locations. There was never one location that had 200, I think we would be bursting at the seams. There was never one location that had 227 cast and crew on any given day, but that was the number after we added all of them up. And we can move to the next one. And just to address a few of the questions from the August meeting, there were concerns about the impact on the wedding industry. I checked in with the town clerk's office just to get the exact number of weddings that were occurring during the September 10th and October 1st film dates. There were 48 weddings between that time frame. 3 of those weddings happened on September 26th, which was a rather controversial date because that was the date we were looking to film in Sconset. And I know there were mentions that in previous years there were a host of weddings in Sconset on that date. None of the 3 weddings that happened on the 26th actually happened in Sconset. There was a wedding, however, on the 27th, which was their original request date, which is why we asked them we told them to move it to the 26th, and they agreed. For the town fees charged, there was a question around that. Ultimately, the town collected $139,540.85, $62,000 on parking fees, $17,450 in permit fees, $75 in dumpster fees, pardon me, $60,015.85 in police details. And then the benefits to the community. This production spent approximately $2 million on accommodations for their cast and crew members. There were additional costs with bringing over 20 vehicles. Many of them were large tractor trailer vehicles. The daily cost to transport staff to the island, as I learned that many of their staff actually weren't staying on the island. The guys that build the set and such, they would come over and then leave that day. And they donated to 2 local nonprofit organizations, pretty substantial amount on both of those donations, and they compensated 15 to 20 businesses / neighbors for disruptions to their usual operations. They also rented 17 businesses to film either inside or directly outside of their spaces. And I anticipate there will be some impact on shoulder season tourism, and I'm stressing the shoulder season tourism because as we know, for folks who might see this TV show air when it does, if they're looking to come here in July and August, it's pretty difficult to plan a last-minute trip here with just the cost of visiting, and with the push with the Chamber of Commerce for shoulder season marketing. I'd imagine that is where we'll land. In addition to the Ellen weekend, that brings quite a few people here in the off season. And we can move to the next one, and impact and disruptions. So they were pretty obvious. If you happen to be moving through downtown on film dates, it was the street blockings and the detours. There was additional traffic in certain areas due to those intermittent holds and obvious inconveniences to visitors, to residents, to businesses, as much as they tried to compensate those folks as best they could. I was concerned about the businesses on Main Street because there were 2 days where there were blockings, some early in the morning, and then there was a midday blocking, and then Center Street for that early morning shoot, because there was intermittent hold onto Center Street. Granted, folks could access the street from the other end because they were just using right outside of the bank, but I'd imagine that caused some inconvenience. And then, of course, the Straight Wharf businesses on the day that they filmed outside of the High Line. And then changes in last-minute asks due to weather and other factors caused some confusion and additional strains on town staff. I can think of 3 days in particular that I got some phone calls about what was going on, and it was just they requested some last-minute changes that just didn't trickle down to everyone. And then, of course, the folks who are physically in the locations trying to make the phone calls to the people in the offices to let them know what's going on and how the telephone works. So that I can think of 3 particular days where there were some significant strains. And then just inability to fill all of the details that were requested might have also caused a little bit of additional traffic and inconvenience for folks, because off season, as much as we'd rather folks do film in the off season, we do have some constraints with our officers and and being able to fill the details when they, of course, have other duties that they need to tend to. So those are all factors to keep in mind going forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Okay. Thank you.
Question? Yes, thank you. Very nice. I was a bit of a curmudgeon when you presented this before, but I thought of something on my way home from that meeting that I wanted to ask. I'm a brilliant in the car on the way home. All the meetings, all the town meetings should be in my car. But the 2 nonprofits, how were they selected?
I can't speak to that. I had no part in how those nonprofits were chosen.
I'm just concerned with thousands or hundreds of nonprofits on the island that 2 of them somehow magically got the opportunity to get money. That's my concern. Mm-hmm. And I think in the future, that should be a lot more public.
I'm hoping that it will be. I will admit, I did ask how much who and what the selection process was. And I was told that that is private information because I figured you'd want to know.
Yes,
'cause they did mention
can I
you wanted
ask
to know.
who made the selection?
The studio made the selection.
Thank you.
Erica?
One thing I just wanted to know, and I had passed the information on to Chantal, but I'm just going to say it. When you received the blocking application to review, I didn't feel, based on what they presented and what was happening in real time, that it was an actual representation of the blockings. It was really only a representation of where they were filming. The blockings were much larger, and it really had a much bigger impact. So going forward, I just want to make sure that when we have something, if we have something big like this come forward, it needs to show the whole picture.
I agree. Thanks for bringing that up, Erica. Yeah, that was one of the things that we noticed. If they gave one address, let's say 135 Main Street, if they gave that, obviously if they're filming in front, now I can say obviously now that I've lived through it, but when they say 135 Main Street, they need about 6 house lengths to really get that scene, because they're telling you where the actors are standing, film and talking, but there was no mention of, well, we'll need 3 cameras and we need 3 different camera angles. So we actually need to be across the street as well. So those were things that we discovered as we were going through, and part of why you'll see like one of the blockings ended up becoming a full blocking as we learned throughout the filming process that, wait a minute, there's a little bit more involved with filming something like this. And I do address that in the film policy update that we'll talk about later on, because that was a
Yeah, so we're
concern.
segueing into that, but
Madam Chair, just briefly, Chantal, thank you. This is exactly what I was looking for, sort of an after action. And I think it's really good for the community to look what the trade-offs were. It's a big production. It's a lot of work for your office. And I really appreciate the care that you, yourself and Erica and your team put into this, into making sure that it's as least disruptive as possible.
Thank you. And I have to commend police and fire and health and DPW and Parks and Rec. I mean, it was genuinely a group effort in getting this to fruition. So, thank you.
And I agree with all that. I think, and we're going to talk about it when we get to the next section. We need to know earlier, and policy-wise, we have to decide as a community, do we need to advertise? Do we need to have these large productions here that might entice more people to come? I would argue we don't. I would argue that we are pretty full at peak, and people who show up, it takes care of itself. And so I don't think that, some people look at it as a huge positive. Oh, this is great. Look at how many more people will see Nantucket. And I think we're over tourist as it is. So I think that's a discussion we should have, before we put anything large in again, so.
Val, did you have a
Yeah, I
question,
just have a
comment?
comment. Rather than letting the film company pick a private organization that we have no idea who it is or how much they're giving or anything like that, wouldn't a better benefit to the town be something like toward our homeless situation? People who need help in the winter for food, housing, whatever, energy costs. That seems like a better trade-off for the town than a private organization. Just adding that.
Thank you.
Just very quickly, because of what Val said, I had it on my mind. I was thinking more like donations being made to something like the CPC or something, where they are, or another organization that's sort of blanketing and can disperse to the types of things she was mentioning. Thank you. Kimball Sutton, sir.
I mean, just to be clear, we actually don't know what local nonprofit the money was donated to. So it could have been to any one of those things. Well, not the CPC, because that's a town tax fund.
Can I ask one question to Chantal? Does the film policy require private donations to local nonprofits in order to film here?
It does not.
Thank you.
Amy?
I'd just like to say, sorry, Amy Eldridge. Everybody knows I work at Holgate's Laundry, and it was a huge benefit to have that crew there. We did their wash, dry, folds all for 4 weeks. It was a great boost to a drop in our shoulder season, and I appreciate it, and I thank them for all of the support that they gave to local businesses in the off season, which has been kind of funky the last couple of years, you know, coming out of COVID and everything. I'm grateful for what we were able to get from that date and time, and I'm greatly appreciative. I know several other businesses that actually had actors come back and make major purchases at local businesses for their friends and family for the holidays. So it's a gift that kind of keeps on giving, and I think that we should be very open-minded into it, especially in the shoulder seasons. I don't think we're touristed out, but I do appreciate that they came and they spent money and they looked at local people, and they were very kind and generous, and they didn't have to be. They could have brought in their own crews for stuff, but they didn't. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we can segue into the policy discussion.
Thank you. So with the film policy review, I wanted to pull a few things out that I thought needed to be updated. So for one, it was a little outdated and it had a little bit of friction with who approved what and when. One of the other things we wanted to address was the insurance scope, as well as the timeline. We wanted to add a little bit of information about drone usage because that wasn't addressed at all. The community notice information needed to be updated and a little bit more clear. The fees and process was very scattered in the old policy and needed to be updated. We wanted to make sure that we addressed public safety and special effects information and kind of codify that a little bit. And then, of course, the natural resource and seasonal specifics needed to be tightened up, and then add a piece on enforcement and revocation. So in reviewing our policy, we compared it to Boston, Cambridge, Provincetown, Vineyard Haven, and oddly enough, pulled DCR information because they had some really good language about filming on their properties that I thought would be really helpful for us. So in addressing those things, we made it more than just a film, video, and photography permit in this last shoot, and I'm grateful to the crew that was here for this recent shoot because I learned a lot working with them. They were very gracious with their time in talking through what holes they see in our policies versus other towns that they've worked in, because majority of the folks that were here actually work solely in Massachusetts, so that was really helpful. But one of the areas that we lacked was drone. So now it's my proposal is film, video, photography, and drone permit. And so just changing that language a little bit. I also, in addressing the administrative side of it, the previous language mentioned that all commercial film, video, and photography requests must be approved by the Board of Selectmen, is what it said before. But we actually changed it to the town manager or their designee, because this was the first one, at least in my 3 years of the 27 requests that have come through the town that have actually come to you all, and that's because it's such a large production. I'm sure you don't want the 5 cast and crew member student film coming in front of you, you know? So we just kind of changed that, and you'll see language later on where we talk about when it comes to the select board, when it is going to actually be impactful and cause significant disruptions. That obviously needs to come before you all for further discussion and approval. We also call out who folks talk to in the town, because that also wasn't in there. We really just wanted to clear things up and make it really clear who the responsibilities lie with, whether it's on the town or on the applicant. And then we noticed that there are a lot of departmental permits that are required for filming on the island that weren't previously a part of the policy. So we wanted to call those out, specifically the fire ones that are actually a part of the Mass Fire Code and requirements through the state that needed to be included in here. And we worked really closely with the deputy fire chief on those portions. And then, of course, the health department portion needed to be included for the food service piece of it, and the permitting of those bits, because of course not everyone works with caterers on the island. And I learned that there's certain union contracts that require them to actually use union food service providers as well. So a lot of little things that we wouldn't have learned had we not had a large production like this come to the island. And then, of course, in the insurance piece, it was a little lax in there. So I wanted to tighten that bit up a little bit, as well as include a portion on the student film part, because I do think that everyone, if you're filming on Nantucket streets or using our spaces, you should have insurance. And in talking to Bridgewater, they actually mentioned that when they have student films that are going out into communities, they'll just include those in their school policies. So it's a really easy ask for students, and they work with their professors to make that happen. And then also include a portion about additional coverage that might be needed dependent on the scope of the project. And defining what we call the summer months. So really, memorial to Labor Day. And of course, the part that we all need, the timeline. In working with the other departments about the different permits that they would need to approve before it can folks can actually get an approved film permit, we determined that it should be no later than 90 days. And if you're looking to film during during the season, you have to at least let us know. 90 days, or at least by May 1st, the latest. If you come in with a request after May 1st, you might not get it. So we're really forcing people to get it together, if you will, because there are a lot of different permits that are involved in finally getting the permission to film on the island. And of course, we want to have all of that information and make sure that it is feasible through those different departments before it comes to you, if it's another large production. And then we also, the citizen notification portion of it, call that bit out a little bit more, outlining what needs to be included in notifications of citizens if they're going to be filming near their spaces or their businesses. We included the drone language in there, and that's language from the FAA. We worked with the airport manager, police, the harbor master, and fire on that language to make sure that it was appropriate. And then, of course, one of the things that we learned through this film is that we need to include language about environmental protections and making sure that nobody's trying to, film in an area that could cause serious damage. And then finally, adding an enforcement and revocation portion of it, because if we have someone that's filming on the island that is in complete violation of their permit, we should be able to revoke that permit. So that's sort of that. And then address the fees. Again, in comparison to those other towns, our fees were significantly low. And we even stretched outside of the state of Massachusetts just to see what other states and busier locations were charging. And we were really low, and especially seeing the amount of work that goes into ultimately permitting these films, we thought that it needed to be increased ever so slightly.
Brooke?
Chantal, on the affected business owners notification, I'm wondering if there can be something really specific about last minute changes and maintenance of a contact list for last minute communications or something along that line. And I don't know whether it goes in the section E or section D, but 7 days notice is great, but if at the last minute they're moving it a day, they really need to be know who they need to contact and have sort of a time frame for doing that.
Mm-hmm. And so with pushing the application timeline back 90 days, we'll be contacting those businesses, which we did already. But this is saying that in addition to our contact, you have to contact them too. But yeah, we can definitely change that. Yeah, for the last minute pieces, definitely.
Any other comments?
And so the goal of the 90 days is, if they give you 90 days and it's going to be September, October, and the timing is good, then we're fine. If they give you 90 days, they want to do it 4th of July week, then we don't have to accept it, correct?
No, we
All right.
absolutely do not.
We have the option.
Yeah. And I will say, we have gotten requests for July and August, and we tell people no, because we can't have you block Main Street in July and August.
Okay.
We actually had 2 this year that were flat out no's.
Yeah, great.
Do we need a motion to adopt?
Yeah, with that.
Yeah, I appreciate all the work
Edit.
that's gone into this, and I move that we adopt the amended.
Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Coastal Resilience Advisory Committee Quarterly Report. Leah couldn't be here this evening, so Peter Brace.
Hopefully that's high enough. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, this is supposed to be a slideshow. Okay, Peter Brace, Chairman Harbor, I'm sorry, you get all the committees mixed up. Chairman Coastal Resilience Advisory Committee. This is our third quarter report. Our coastal coordinator, Leah Hill, couldn't be here tonight, so I'm filling in for her. I'm basically going to be reading off the slides, and then I got a script here, so you guys can interrupt me and ask me questions, whatever you want to do. Okay, so Francis Street. This thing just has to go higher. Stand here. Okay. Francis Street Beach Improvement Project. Coastal modeling showed each design is effective. So basically, the decision was based on decision to go with the dune swoop was based on aesthetics, the visual appearance. Adjacent connections were important, and project reduces water velocity. The Washington Street Collaborative Work Group voted on moving the dune swoop to 30% design. I should have this up here. The design is slated to finish up early in 2026. Okay. Slide 2, please. Okay, the Easy Street Mitigation Project update. You guys, Select Board, haven't chosen a design from the 3 options yet, and those are basically a bulkhead expansion and elevation. Number 2 would be adaptable road raising to 6.5 feet NAVD, which Leah says is North American Vertical Datum of 1988. And then the third one, road raising to 8.0 feet. So what's happening now is we're finalizing the scope of work with Arcadis, which includes increased outreach and an engagement plan. We're looking at the pump station feasibility, updating the coastal flood modeling, doing field investigations, and then, of course, 60% design, 90% design, 100% design, and then permitting. Should I stop after each slide and ask if you guys have questions, or should I just go all the way through and then you guys will?
Just keep going. We'll stop you.
Okay. Okay, next slide. So the highlights from our third quarter. As you can see, Peter Brace got appointed chairman again, Dr. Sarah Boyce, vice chair, and Tim Brain, secretary. We proclaimed September Climate Change Awareness Month, and we discussed and generated the 2025 priority projects list. and generated a pitch for a coastal resilience film. And I just want to say, I'm going to get to the film part in a minute, but film is not really the word. It's a sort of a public outreach clip. It's not going to be that long. Anyway. And then $375,000 grant from Coastal Zone Management, Surfside Wastewater Treatment Plant Resiliency. That's a grant that we got. Okay, slide 4. So prior to this, we had Ms. Gibson attend our meeting and help us understand what sort of money we have access to, and this film idea is sort of based on what we can get every year, I guess $1 million, and what we can do with that money. And we batted around lots of ideas of maybe trying to get various production companies to do it, and Leah, working with Florencia Rulo, learned that she can certainly do that for us, and we can save the money that we would use otherwise to hire a production company to do outreach with. So we decided a film about coastal resiliency would be most effective to reach and captivate the community, to highlight the work the town is doing related to coastal resiliency, highlight CRAC as an entity and what we do, educate the community on coastal risks and how to mitigate risks, bolster voter support, and basically leave viewers feeling hopeful, but hopefully they leave with a call to action. Hopefully we don't scare them, but they understand that this is something we all have to pitch in on, and we need buy-in from the whole island. And we were looking for 3 different clip lengths, for the town's website, an advertisement, something that would run in the dreamland after along with the previews. Might also play on the High Line, on the Steamship Authority, and then something that goes in social media. Okay, number 5. Coastal Coordinator Vince Murphy updated the committee on the Baxter Road Alternative Access Project and the project phase that it is in now. And I'm sure you guys all know all about that. So next slide, please. A couple times a year, Leah updates our board, our committee, on the status of the 40 CRP recommendations. The next few slides, and don't do it yet, next few slides list all 40 recommendations and the status of each. On each slide, there's a key in the upper left-hand corner. Paper with writing equates in development. A circle with arrow means it's underway, and a check mark means it's complete or ongoing. I'm not going to go through each one, but it's important to note that 27 out of the 40 recommendations are in development, underway, complete, or ongoing in the 3 years since the Select Board endorsed the CRP in January of 2022. If you have any specific questions, please reach out to Leah Hill, lhill@nantucket-ma.gov. Okay, so on the screen now is CRAC's 2024 prioritization list. The numbers that go along with it are not numbers for priorities of we want to do this first. We felt about 2024 and as well as 2025's, it was important to put everything that we thought should be focused on now, the most important stuff, without prioritizing it. Well, I'm just going to read this. For the last couple of years, CRAC has put together a list of CRP projects. The numbers are associated with the recommendation title associates with recommendation numbers within the CRP chart to the prior slides. This list doesn't change the priorities set forth within the CRP, low, medium, and high in parentheses, but focuses efforts on which projects should move forward based on target implementation year and risks. It is also very helpful when applying for grants to say, this project is in the top 10 list of projects that CRAC established. It shows the grant agencies the urgency and importance to fund the project. This worked well for both the Easy Street flood mitigation project and the wastewater treatment facility dune resilient project, which were both funded by the state's Office of Coastal Zone Management for an amount of close to $1 million. In addition, it helps keep coastal resilience on the community's radar and gives them a heads up as to which projects are down the pipeline. Okay, so slide 16. Okay. So again, this year we just put them all together in one place. There are several projects that we didn't include. That's because they're in progress. It doesn't mean that they're not as important as these ones, but we just put the ones up there now that we haven't gotten going on yet. So if the select board and the town manager need a ranked list, a ranked 2025 prioritization list for the Capcom to work off of, because that's probably their speed. CRAC can certainly produce that for you. You can tell us to do that. Okay. Slide 17. Requests and recommendation. Continue to investigate the funding mechanisms for future construction projects to help offset expensive capital projects. The goal is to keep the importance of funding at the top of the list. And are there any current or upcoming issues for which the select board would like the CRAC's advice? That's for you guys to tell us. If you can't tell us now, you can tell us through Matt or something more formal. And just to let you know, the Coastal Resilience Advisory Committee generally meets on the second and fourth Tuesday of each month at 10 a.m. via Zoom. Meeting notices and agendas are printed on the town's website. The meeting is open to the public. We do take public comment. This past summer, we decided to meet, I think, for 3 months, only once a month. But now we're back to twice a month. So, you guys have questions?
Yes. It strikes me you're almost doing too many projects. When you had said, what, 43 or something, or?
Oh, well, it's 40 recommendations.
Okay.
We're not doing all the projects all at the same time, but we are trying to get to the point where we can do the projects. So they're all moving at different speeds. As I was telling my colleague, Mr. Saperstein, I think we are the longest range planning entity in the town because we're looking decades ahead. We are laying the groundwork for the people who will come after us to pick up where we were starting. We're preparing for what's coming. So we can't just pick a project and then start working on it and then do another. We have to look at what's coming and where we can get funding. And so, but I hear what you're saying.
Yes. Just one more follow-up, Madam Chair. I mean, I would be overwhelmed if I had that kind of to-do list when I woke up every morning.
You can talk to Leah about that, but and my friend back here said I should have ducked and what am I doing up here? But I look at it as a challenge and being able to help Nantucket out and being able to look that far ahead and see the things that I've seen developing slowly as I've been on Nantucket for 35 years and being able to help out and have a good understanding of what's coming up. It is a lot, but we're not doing all 40 at a time. That's just the 40 recommendations that says we should do those things. That doesn't mean that you guys are going to say and the voters are going to say, we're going to do them. But these are the best guess of the thing that's going to keep us, as our town manager likes to say, keep Nantucket Nantucket.
Right. I congratulate you on your committee and your work.
Thanks.
Yeah, I sat on the Washington Street project work group for a while, and then Malcolm took it over. But what's really interesting is the intersection of the different entities that need to be involved in these. And I think that the Steamboat Wharf is going to be one of the most challenging because it's Steamship Authority, it's town, it's, local businesses, it's everything. And so I think I like the idea of a lot of forethought, but not having the expectation that it's all getting done, because the availability of resources, financial and otherwise, vary over time, vary politically, and so what might be a possibility now might not be a possibility under a different federal administration, and back and forth. And so just keeping an eye on the long term, I think, is important. And obviously, this is an element of all the other capital things that we have to do as a community, really pressing capital needs. So just, thinking, planning, and integrating with everything else is what we're all about.
And you're, Ms. Moore, you're correct. So when Mr. McNabb says, oh my God, 40 projects that you're doing, but before you jump ahead, look at each project. And because you guys have the view at 10,000 feet of what's going on in the town, you can look at that project and then imagine how much coordination we have to have and who we have to involve. So that right there brings us back down to earth and slows us down. So then we have to prioritize how we're going to do that. If we can get together with those people, if we can make this thing happen at this time and get the money. So don't worry, we're not doing them all at once.
Yeah, I'll make a point. The steamship area and Easy Street, that's a bit of a struggle, because we're supposed to choose which of these three options, but really, some of them are flawed, and the question becomes, we have to give direction to the people, the businesses and the homes there, to what level do they build to, so, and they need plenty of time. Like, the sooner we can say we're doing this, and eventually it's going to be this, so when they make changes, they can be prepared for the second. That's why it's important to look ahead and not just say, well, we'll get to it someday. So I think the fact that, when we get to the details on these and start to grapple with them like we have on Washington Street, that's relatively easy compared to Easy Street and the steamship, like you're saying. And so I think the fact that we're doing that now in the depth that we're doing is really important. So.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Next up, we have real estate items, request for approval and execution of acceptance of a quitclaim deed for 77 Bartlett Road. Good evening.
Good evening, Lacey McDonald. I'm the real estate manager, and I'm pleased to request the authorization for the acquisition of 77 Bartlett Road. This purchase includes 2 single-family homes consisting of a main house, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and a guest house, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, in move-in quality, and can accommodate future municipal employee housing. The property is also additional use related to the Somerset Raceway Sewer Project and was a key acquisition for the town for a multi-purpose use. The funding in the acquisition was authorized by Article 22 of the 2024 Annual Town Meeting. And I'm requesting that the board authorize the acquisition for 77 Bartlett Road from Asta King for the consideration of $2,700,000 and the execution of the acceptance of the quitclaim deed and execution of any related closing documentation. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Any questions from anybody?
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have a public hearing to determine the tax allocation by classification. Good evening, Rob.
Good evening, Rob Ranney, the town assessor. Sorry about that. Every year we come before you to determine the tax classification, the allocation by each class, and the appropriate percentages of what each class is paying for their tax, the tax levy. And we also determine the percentage of the residential exemption and whether or not we are shifting a portion of the tax levy to the commercial side as well. So next slide, please, Erica. Okay, go ahead. Next slide. So the tax levy, as we all know, is the amount to be raised by real estate and personal property taxes. And this is distributed by property class based on the value of each class. Assessors classify real property every year as of January 1 into 4 classes: residential, open space, commercial, or industrial. And then what we're doing here tonight, municipalities decide annually within limits established by statute and by the Department of Revenue the percentage of the tax levy that will be paid by each class of real and personal property owners. And here we are. Next slide, please. So this graph shows historically from 2010 till now the value of each class and correspondingly the percentage of the levy that each class is paid. So the big blue line at the top is the residential class, and you can see from 2010 we lag the market a little bit because of the fiscal year cycle. So the dip from 2010 to 11 and 12-ish was a remainder of the financial meltdown of the 2008-2009 period, and we've been pretty much going up ever since. The big jump in the 21-22 range and on was a COVID bump, and then we are still continuing to go up a little bit. Next slide, please. So last year, this is the breakdown. At the top, you have the values of each class, and then the percentages of the total there based on the value. In Massachusetts, everything is value driven. So you can see the residential class was paying 93% or would have paid 93% prior to the shift. The levy right below that was 127 million. And then you all decided on a 1.7 shift, which gave us new percentages of the splits. So the residential came down to 88 and change percent, and then the rest of the percentages on down. And then at the very bottom is the breakdown of how the residential exemption is calculated and how that works. So basically, we take the total residential value of the class, the number of parcels, and that gives us an average residential value. And then that value is what the percentage is based on. So we went with a 25% percentage last year, which came out to just over $827,000, which is reduced from everyone's assessed value. And then what's left is what you're taxed on. Next slide, please. So right now, these are the values for 2026. So residential is up near 40 billion. And the first column where it says levy percentage, those are the percentages of the totals. And then if you adopt a 1.7 shift like you did last year, the new percentages are on the far right. Next slide, please. And so this talks about the residential exemption. It was enacted by the Commonwealth in 1979 and adopted here locally in 1981. We've had it ever since. The exemption actually shifts a portion of the tax burden that the residential class is paying from the lower to moderately valued properties to the higher ones, the vacation homes, and the other properties that are not primarily occupied by the owner. The amount of the tax levy paid by the residential class remains the same, but because of the exempted residential value, because of all the exemptions added up, the levy is redistributed over less assessed value because that value is then taken out. And then this shift reduces the taxes paid by homeowners of the lower valued properties, and it's made up by everyone else. Next slide, please. Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5C allows the community to provide an exemption to taxpayers who both own and occupy their dwelling as their primary residence. Those are the main qualifications for the residential exemption. You have to both own and occupy as your primary residence. The exemption may not exceed 50%. This is new. It used to be, originally it was 25, or actually it was 20, and then it came up to 35%. And now, because Nantucket is a seasonal community, we can go all the way up to 50%. The average residential value for Nantucket right now is just under $3.6 million. And last year, a 25% exemption amounted to $827,000 that is subtracted from your assessed value. If you went with 25% this year, that increases by itself to almost $900,000. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the total exempted value for all residential exemptions is subtracted from the total of the residential class, and then that is what's used to calculate the tax rate. The entire residential class is impacted by this. So even the people that are getting the benefit of the exemption are paying, because what this does is it actually raises the tax rate, because we are calculating on less assessed value total. So that the exemption amount, the total value of all the exemptions last year was $1.8 billion. This year is just over $2 billion. Only the residential class is affected by changes to the residential exemption, and Nantucket is not the only community in the state that has this. There are about 20 other communities, including Boston, that offers the residential exemption. Next slide, please. So who benefits from it? Basically the lower to moderately valued owner-occupied parcels benefit the most. Parcels valued below the exemption amount will not receive the full benefit, because we can't go below 10% of the otherwise full market value. So if you have a $500,000 property and the exemption 600, we can't go down to 0 or negative. We only can go down to 10%. The tax rate is calculated on the net value of the residential class minus the exempted value. The residential tax rate increases, as I mentioned, to cover the cost of it. So the more exempted value you have, the higher the tax rate is going to be. Next slide, please. The next several slides are examples, simplified examples of what this looks like for various properties. We have a 1 million, a 2 million, a 4, and a 10 million. So in the first example, if you own a $1 million property and the tax rate is $3.13, without an exemption, you'd pay $3,130. With a 25% exemption, you can see the calculations there. We take the $1 million, we subtract the exemption, and what's left is what you're taxed on. So that $1 million property, instead of paying $3,000, is only paying $300. So they're only paying 10% of what they normally would, or what they would have otherwise. And you can see as you move across to the right, the higher value properties are not benefiting as much from the exemption. So if we continue on to the next slide, this is what a 30% exemption looks like. You can see the property 1 is now maxed out. We can't go below the 10%. The rest of the properties are still paying a discounted amount based on what their exemption is, but the higher the value of the property, the less benefit it is to them. We can go to the next one, please. 35%. You can see the percentages are adjusting as we go up. Next slide, please. You can see property 2 now is catching up to property 1. Next slide. And here's a 45% exemption. And you can see, the property 4, the $10 million one, is still paying 84% of what they would otherwise, but also, you can also see that the tax rate is now increasing. We're up to 328 from 313. And finally, the last one here. So this is a 50%, and now property 2 has caught up to property 1, and they're only paying 10% now. And the other ones are slowly catching up, but not as quickly. Next slide, please. So this is an overview. Last year at the top, we have a 25% residential exemption with a 1.7 shift, which resulted in a tax rate of $3.28, and a commercial tax rate of $5.56. So the average residential tax bill last year without an exemption was $10,862. With an exemption, it was just over $4,000, and the average commercial last year was about $16,100. This year, if we keep that same scheme as we did last year with a 25% exemption and a 1.7 shift, we get an exemption that's worth $899,000 with a 3.3 tax rate and a commercial rate of 5.31. And you can see that the average tax bill has increased mostly because the value has increased. The average residential, the average one with the exemption is now $4,081, so that's come up a little bit. But the commercial has actually come down because their tax rate is not affected by this. Their tax rate is dropping generically on its own because of the increase in value. So that's what that looks like. And then you can sort of see as you go up to a 30% and a 35%, and what those numbers look like. So the tax rate is increasing as we increase the residential exemption, but the benefit to everyone else is not as much as to the lower valued properties. So what we're asking for tonight is a vote to adopt a shift, adopt a percentage for a residential exemption, and to approve how the classes are allocated.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it's clear that this is a public hearing, so anyone from the public can speak on this. And we will need 2 votes, one to close the public hearing and one to set the tax rate. Board comments, questions, thoughts? Matt?
Do you have a recommendation, Rob?
I'm technically not allowed to make one, but what I would say is that what we've been doing, which is roughly the same over the last several years, the 25% and the 1.7 seems to be working, at least as far as I can tell. And I don't see a reason to change it at this point. I mean, I think the board in the past has held back a little bit because of what could happen with capital projects and overrides and that kind of thing, because those will definitely have an impact on the tax rate, so.
Right, and that's where that's where I am. I believe that keeping some of this in reserve is important because of the expenses we face, and so I'm along that line.
Right, I mean, if the idea is to give the lower valued people more of a tax break and you're hitting them with overrides and increasing that, you want to maybe help them at some point in the future. So yeah, I would agree with that.
That's sort of how I've looked at it, because I did serve on a board where someone wanted to go right to the maximum, and that would have, I don't think that would have made a lot of sense. So
yeah, and again,
it skews the incentives. It skews the incentives all out if we do that.
Right,
So,
and it's hard if you have to pull that back at some point. That's really tough.
Yeah.
So
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation, Rob. Lots of interesting stuff. I think Matt's points are a good one, and I hear what you're saying. I think for next year, maybe like to request the board sort of have a more kind of values-based discussion and sort of say like, well, there are capital projects coming, the collision projects and all those things, in which we're going to do some of them. When would be the time to go to 30 or 35 or whatever? And how would that work? And how would that affect your office and the finance director's office? And how would that affect the town? This hearing is not the place for that discussion. It's to set the rate. But I think for next year and moving forward, so the public is aware of to Matt's point of what it would do if we were to cross that bridge. But I'm comfortable with that if that's where the board is.
Amy wanted to speak, but I mean, I would just say, I mean, I appreciate the fact that just keeping it the same, the exemption's gone up to almost $900,000 from $828 roughly.
Hi, Amy Eldridge. I think obviously we don't want to max out to 50% at the get-go, but we have billions in dollars of capital projects that are coming down the pike in the next 5 years, and you're asking for a lot of things. You know, it's word on the street is in 2028, there's possibility of a new middle school being built. We have the Island Home coming back in front of us. We have coastal resiliency, which is projects that's going to be billions and billions of dollars in changes to the island and the way the water and the erosion is happening. And I think it's really important to think about what we're paying and what you're asking us to spend money on, and not get upset at us when we start weighing out dollars to donuts, you know, number of people this is going to benefit versus number of people this project might benefit. So I'd like to see a little bit of an increase, but not something that's not reasonable, because you guys are going to be coming at us over the next 5 years for a significant amount of money. The Island Home is on the agenda tonight. Again, we've got schools, coastal resiliency. I know I'm repeating myself, but that's a lot of money. And when people are looking at the instability of the economy going into the winter season here, you know, I'm pinching every penny and I'm looking at every dollar that I spend, and I'm not somebody that has to worry about maybe next week where my paycheck's coming from, but I do know there are people in this community that are worried about next week whether they're going to be able to afford to pay their rent, and the burden that the homeowners are going to have to pass down to the renters. I mean, there's a whole circle of economics here that we really need to take a deep look at, and it's concerning. So thank you.
I mean, just one note, for a rental property, that would get passed on potentially.
Right.
It would increase the tax.
Right, which means they're going to trickle that down to your monthly rent.
Right, but I'm saying if we did a residential exemption, the owner can't take it on a property they're renting out.
Right,
so
no, I
their
understand
tax
that.
rate would go up. And
Oh, right,
that's
right.
that's
But-
kind of I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to you.
Yeah,
That
no,
it's kind of
that makes
goes in the
sense, but-
reverse. There's a lot of checks and balances that go into this.
But, you know, there's a trickle down effect
Understood.
to all these spending that we're doing without giving some kind of thought. And I mean, I understand we can go to 50%, but
And we have talked about potentially going up to, say, 30% after a big capital project is approved, because the borrowing doesn't come into play right away.
Right.
So like if the Island Home were to pass, then maybe we do the residential exemption that following
right, because people
year
are
when
going
we
to
set
start
the tax rate.
people are going to start voting on with their wallets, and I think that's something to think about. So,
But things do get shuffled around
Right.
because of,
thank you.
for investment properties.
So, I mean, I do, Christie's hand has been up online, so I can wait for
I'm
her.
sorry, I didn't see Christie.
Yeah.
Do you, go ahead, Christie.
Hi, thank you, Christy Ferrantella. Just speaking as a citizen and a homeowner, and really kind of interested in how we set this. Just one thing that I continue to hear in the community, similar to what Amy was just saying, is the difficulty and how expensive it is to live on Nantucket. And, you know, there's a lot of people who are lucky to be homeowners that are really starting to feel priced out, and that is motivating them to sell. And there's this big concern in a lot of the rental and homeownership preservationists of how do we save our natural occurring affordable housing on the island. And one thing that just came out in our housing needs assessment is that a majority of homeowners actually earn below 80% of area median income. And I just have a concern that with the increase in the assessed values, just because the value of Nantucket is going up, these tax rates are impacting the people who are trying to stay here. So I'm just wondering if it's time to inch up a little bit, knowing that that could help preserve some of the people that are here, but not going all the way up to the 35% max. I am a homeowner, and just kind of looking at the charts that Rob was going through, it looked like even at 35%, it was a very minimal increase, even though the tax rate was going up, being able to fully benefit from the higher exemption rate. So I thought those charts were really helpful, but just being concerned of losing our already existing year-round housing because the assessed values are going up, not just the capital projects. So I just wanted to touch base on both things are impacting people's tax bill. And just wanted to put it out there that perhaps it is a time that we start to look at going up slightly from maybe 25% to 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Brooke?
I actually agree with Christy. I think now is the time for us to think about going to 30%. I think that her point about assessed value going up, and also, you know, we do want support from the voters on capital projects, and I think providing some relief to the year-round residents on their regular tax bill leaves a little bit of room for support on capital needs that we have that are growing. I mean, and I understand your point about the borrowing doesn't happen until after it's approved, but I'm not sure that's how people think when they're voting on a capital project, that the break might come later. I'm sort of inclined to increase it this year to 30%, and I just want to throw that thought out and see what other people think.
I think, if I can, I think Christy has a good point, that it's not just every house isn't the average, that your neighborhood can change and you can be, you know, pretty well impacted as it gentrifies and it turns into something other than it is today, and it turns into fancy, expensive homes. You can be, you know, impacted. But I think that we also, you know, if you have a business and you're running a business and you have properties that are being impacted like by that, you know, which a lot of the islanders are, they're impacted if we change this. So, you know, so there's a balance in there that we have to find. I think Tom has it right when he says that we should be looking at this, you know, sort of looking at it holistically ahead of this meeting next year. I think that's to moderate it. I think that's makes the most sense.
Spilling off of what Matt just said, conversely, I live in Mid-Island and we're not gentrifying. We're going down because everything is getting dumped in our area, whether we want it or not. And I think that needs to be considered too. We don't have a choice. We're all trying to just make it too. And I think that's really important. We're in the unfortunate situation where we're in a community where we have people that there is such a dichotomy of highs and lows. What works? Thank you for being considerate, and I think that is a very good point. Thank you.
Amy?
Thank you. Amy Eldridge. Again, I know that I've spoken about this before, but there is two sides to your tax bill. There's the assessment, and then there's what we're being taxed on from the town itself. And like, at no fault of my own, I have done no major renovations to my property, and it has been growing every year. And because of my neighbors building bigger multi-million-dollar homes and small subdivisions, so it's not only just what you guys are asking us in capital projects, but it's also what your neighbors are doing in your neighborhood that are affecting that too, that we have no control over. And so I agree, and thank you, Brooke, because you were kind of touching a little bit more better than I was about how this is going to affect people, and people don't understand that down the road you're going to see these things because you guys all know, but I didn't know that till you just mentioned it. So I appreciate you guys considering that and being a little more proactive about that, and maybe helping ease the minds of the citizens that show up to town meeting and vote for these projects by giving them that this 30% or whatever you guys agree on would allow them to then say yes to a few more really important spending things instead of no, because they're worried about how it's going to affect their mortgages. And I know Dawn disagreed with me, but like if you're a primary residence and there's a basement apartment, they're paying the residential tax rate, I'm sure. They're not paying a special rate for the basement apartment. So again, it is going to trickle down to some of these in-home basement apartment rentals. So that's just things that we have to think about. And there's a lot of those homes on the island. So it's just stuff that we really need to think about. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this tonight?
Madam Chair. I'll just say that to Amy's point about, I don't think it's definitely not lost. No, I'm sure there are too many members of the public that watched all 5 hours of our strategic planning meeting, but we really did talk about capital projects at the end. And I think everybody on the board knows that there's no way we're going to put $1 billion of capital projects to the voters. That's just not a thing. I guess I hear Christie's point completely. Looking at some of the numbers, the difference between, here's I guess my central concern is the difference between 25 and 30 on the lower end, and I'm going to sound like Nat Lowell here, his point about Essex and all that. Well, on the lower end, it doesn't really affect anything as I'm seeing here. So that's kind of, I was thinking, well, what's a middle ground here is if we kept it where it was for now, and then talk about next year. All these collision projects are coming at anyway. We're going to have to start paring these down. What is the future of this? So the public is well aware, kind of to Peter's point about the coastal resiliency stuff. This stuff is being planned out that stuff is being planned out way in advance. I think next year is a really good time to do that. However, if 30 is where the board lands on, and that seems like a good number, I'm not. Please, someone jump in and tell me what I'm missing. I'm not seeing what the benefit would be to on that specifically. But definitely open to any comments from the board.
I mean, you're correct that it's not going to do anything for any restricted houses. It's not going to do anything for any covenant houses because of the value. I mean, if you're at almost $900,000 in an exemption at 25%, but it will do things for people who have more valuable property and are trying to hold on to it. But then the other worry is that if properties are like employee housing that are fully rented by local businesses, now their tax bill goes up. And they're trying to do a good thing to keep their businesses running and house employees. And then does that get passed on to, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of different economic circumstances that come into play. And we also don't have to go in fives, right? We could do 27%, do 28%. We do 27.5% and make it really confusing.
Let's point out that that's just fluff. I'm sorry, it's not going to make
I'm just saying we don't have to go in fives.
I know, but
there should be some basis.
Pander to the crowd.
So since I've been on this board, we've talked about keeping our powder dry, holding something back. I think I'm okay with leaving it this year, but I want to have a public discussion of the impact and solicit input, not just in this oddly agendaed public hearing during the holiday season, where, and maybe it is a tax rate forum or information session that's maybe not even on a Wednesday night, that solicits more input, because I do hear from business owners and people who own rental properties, and we're not hearing from them tonight, and I'm trying to guess, right? I am worried, as Christy pointed out, about the year-round homeowner whose property values are rising dramatically, right? And to Amy's point, every dollar matters to folks like that, right? We're trying to create deed restriction buy-downs and other ways to preserve, families, local families that have been here a really long time who are struggling, and every dollar matters. But I think Tom's right. I think we need to have a much more robust conversation about what this all means and who really who do we think should be paying, right? Because that's ultimately what we're deciding here. ultimately, where's the economic impact and who is ultimately paying when we make these decisions? So I'm okay not changing it tonight, but I do want to have that conversation.
And if you
Go.
look at it, sorry.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
if you
but
look at
Christy
the
has her
average,
hand up.
If we're looking at it, it's, it's currently 4,034 for the average. And if we do 170 and 25, it's 4,081. It's going up, it's less, it's what, $50? It's less than $50 on the average. So I think we're fine for another year, and if we add things, I think we start to deal with it then. So I'll make a motion that we.
Well, first we'll have to close the public
Okay,
hearing, and
close the
Christy
public hearing,
Ferrantilla has
yeah.
her hand up, so I'm going to go to her.
Thank you, Christy Ferrantella again. I just I first want to apologize because I do know how difficult it is to sit in your chairs, and I just feel like it's kind of it's been said even when I was on the board of, oh, we'd love to look at this. This is a really important public hearing. Where are the business owners? Where are the other property owners? So I guess my request, and I'm apologizing to Erica as a fellow municipal employee to request more work, but in next year, can there be minutes from previous public hearings? Because I feel like it's the same conversation every year of, should we go up? How is this impacting businesses? Or how can we hear from more of the community? And then those actions don't happen in between. And so I just want to see the follow through happen for next year, and just make sure that there's perhaps a way that we can get more homeowners to attend this public hearing and speak about theirs, because I'm hearing it daily, the people that are looking to sell out because they can't afford to live here anymore. And I just think something um, as little as a slight increase to 27.5% or 30% could really help people who are trying to live here year round. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. I'd like to slate this for an agenda in early spring before town meeting to have a really detailed discussion about the residential exemption and all of the different tax rates. So,
Yeah,
is there,
Madam Chair, I can support that. I mean, I can argue whatever side, I can argue every side, because the numbers are different. But yes, again, every year we seem to have the same conversation. And sometimes I think, forgive me, but I sometimes think we should have maybe more meetings. And I'm sorry. But there's some issues that kind of always seem to come up, and we always say, well, we'll deal with it. We heard, enabling legislation maybe needs a little more public hearing and just at that rush at the end before town meeting. This is an item that we need to really have a special meeting on. So I agree.
I agree.
okay, so we'll add that
Motion
to the
close
silver
the
sheet.
public hearing?
Yes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries unanimously.
Okay, so I'll move to retain the current 25% exempted with 1.7 shift.
Okay.
Or do we
so-
have to do two separate motions?
No, all is
Okay,
one.
right.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the town manager's report.
Thank you. So in part of our ongoing series of monthly departmental reports, tonight we have culture and tourism. Shanta?
I feel like this is a Shantatastic meeting. Hello again.
We're so lucky.
Oh, you are. I'm glad you recognize it. So hello again. I'm Chantal Boyce Murphy here as your Director of Culture and Tourism. If we may please move to the next slide. And I'm here with our annual department update, and we can go to the next one. Great. So our mission at Culture and Tourism, and I'm going to take a deep breath before I say this because it's long, so bear with me, is to support the continued development of Nantucket as a healthy community in which tourism is a significant contributor to residents' economic stability and security, and Nantucket's natural, cultural, and historic resources and quality of life are enjoyed by tourists and residents while being protected for future generations. So when people ask me, what do? I say a little bit of everything. and I enjoy it. Our goals for FY 25 to 26 are to streamline the special events film and photography permitting process, to expand grant opportunities to support cultural partners. We are working on our redesignation of the Nantucket Cultural District through the Massachusetts Cultural Council, and to launch the interactive self-guided historic walking tour application. We can move to the next one. And this is just our organizational chart. We can flip through to the next one. Our department is a small but mighty department of 3 year-round staff members, myself as the director. We have our visitor services coordinator, David Sharp, who is celebrating his 27th year with us, and our newest addition, who just celebrated her 1 year, our cultural affairs and special events coordinator, Dina Weatherly. We also have 10 to 12 seasonal information aides throughout our 3 sites from April 1st to December 31st, and we can move to the next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have 3 sites. We have our building at 25 Federal Street. As you can see, it has been recently renovated thanks to, in part to a grant from the Massachusetts Office of Travel and Tourism, their Destination Development Capital Grant. And then, of course, we have our Straight Wharf kiosk and our airport, kiosk out at the airport main terminal. You can find us in the arrival section whenever flights come in, and also in the car rental station. That is in a partnership with the airport, and we're really thrilled to continue that to offer support to the airport administration. Our office is open year-round, 7 days per week from 9 to 5, from Daffy to Indigenous Peoples Weekend, and then Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 after that. And then, of course, our satellite stations from June 1st through Indigenous Peoples Weekend, of course, weather dependent, for the Straight Wharf kiosk. And then in the season, you'll see our little mobile kiosk, which is the little culture and tourism car at many of our high traffic tourist locations. So out in Sconset, you'll find us at many of the lighthouses that we can actually get to, at the different beaches, just kind of helping folks with directions and handing out maps and such. And we can move to the next slide. Our budget is pretty simple. We didn't ask for any expense increases. Our payroll expense is forecasted at $371,044. That's allocated between our year-round and seasonal employees. And our operating expenses are forecasted at $168,900, with $80,500 of that being for the 4th of July festivities. Of course, the fireworks itself is a big part of that. And then we have the other large chunk being $16,400 for our seasonal activities. So that's all the things that we do at Children's Beach. That's everything ranging from Saturday capoeira at Children's Beach, which is completely free, all the way through to the puppet shows, to the Sunday night concerts. And this year we were really excited to offer activities at Children's Beach 5 days a week. And we had arts and crafts in the park for kids. We were really lucky to be able to offer something, a little bit of everything for everybody down there this year. The rest of our operating budget is spread throughout, goes towards the production of the many brochures and pamphlets that we hand out in there, and then of course to utilities and such. And for FY27, we have no expense increase requests and no capital requests, because as you all know, I love writing grants. So we'll move to the next slide. And in thinking about how to explain the Culture and Tourism Department to everyone, I wanted to think about what are our key functions at the Culture and Tourism Department. So I broke it out into the culture, the tourism, the information services, and of course the newest addition, the special events piece. And we can move to the next slide. We'll tackle the culture side. So the Culture and Tourism Department manages the Nantucket Cultural District. Cultural districts help local arts, humanities, and science organizations improve the quality and range of their public programs so that more local families can benefit from them. They enhance the experience for visitors and thus attract more tourists and tax revenue. And they attract artists, cultural organizations, and entrepreneurs of all kinds, which often enhances property values and makes communities more attractive. Our mission at the Nantucket Cultural District is to enhance the arts and culture of our diverse community and promote their importance for our health and happiness while encouraging their enjoyment by visitors and residents in collaboration with local businesses. We represent over 230 organizations spread throughout the island from Nantucket to Sconset. We have, and you're probably wondering how do we help those organizations? A lot of it has to do with the grant offerings. So this year we were fortunate to be able to offer $22,291.65 to 8 organizations. And we partnered with 67 organizations to support their programs. For the others in the district, we support them through our marketing efforts. NantucketCulturalDistrict.org hosts a fantastic calendar of events happening all year long that all of our cultural partners are welcome to add their events to those. When they do add events to those, we then feature them in our newsletter, on our social media platforms. And then we have two kiosks, event kiosks that are interactive. One is hosted in the Culture and Tourism office at 25 Federal Street, and the other is at the Greenhound building. And then finally, we also serve as staff liaison to the Nantucket Cultural Council, who was able to grant out $10,000 to 11 organizations this year. Those programs range from senior citizens art classes to the Nantucket Island Fair to early childhood music and movement at the community school. We extend support to organizations on the island as we believe that a thriving creative sector is among a community's most powerful economic development assets and one that contributes greatly to the overall well-being of residents and visitors. And we can move to the next slide. So now the tourism side. So I wanted to to update the graph that I had shared from last year, just so you could see what our visitorship looks like from 2021 to 2025. So you'll see 2021, we had 750,060 visitors. 2022, 773,800. 2023, 737,500. 2024, 757,200. And then finally, as of November 21st, we have 723,900 visitors on the island. These numbers are taken from our tracking website, which is Placer AI, a contract that we have with them. And we can move through to the next one. And then our information services. We welcomed 5 new seasonal staff members this year. A big part of what we do at Culture and Tourism is offer information to the general public. So you can see, based on the pictures that are up there, we have a lot of pamphlets, information boards. We welcome members in the community to come in and share their activities that they're having, so that we can then help them share that with the general public as they come into the spaces. But a big function of that is the passports. We are the passport acceptance facility for the island. So this year, we assisted 594 individuals with new passport applications. And I would consider that low simply because we were actually closed for about 5 weeks for passports because of the renovations at the building. So those numbers would have been significantly higher. And I apologize to those folks who had to go off island to get their passports during that time. And then we assisted 297 individuals with renewals as of November 21st. Today was Passport Day, and last week we had one of our busiest days where we had 45 applications. Our 3 sites assisted 40,666 information seekers as of October 31st. And I love to have the staff track what the most popular questions are and what are the funniest questions, which I won't include on there. But the most popular questions, as we can guess, where's the Cisco shuttle? How do we find the NERDA buses? And of course, where are the restrooms? One of the things I like to boast about our staff is that we speak 7 languages in season at visitor services. So we pride ourselves in being able to help folks that come in that speak a host of different languages, from, of course, the obvious English all the way to Mandarin and French and German and Russian. It's really exciting being upstairs and hearing them talk to folks as they come in. And then in the off season, I regret to inform you that we only speak 3 languages in our office, but hopefully we can work on that. Maybe I can finally learn Portuguese. I'm getting there. And then we can move to the next slide. And then our newest addition, the special events piece. So we transitioned special event and film applications over from the police department back to Culture and Tourism as of January 1st of this year. We created an internal special events work group with representatives from police that included licensing and harbor, fire, health, DPW, Parks and Recreation, NERDA, and we would love to invite someone from Plus, and we've recently added someone from comms to this group. Just this year alone, we opened applications on February 1st after the transition. We received 300 applications for special events. We were able to permit 238 of those. 4 of them, as of the 21st, were still pending. And I checked today, we are down to just 1 pending from that group. And then we weren't able to permit 10 of them, and 48 of them either did not require permits or were canceled. And the 10 that were not able to permit was simply because the applicant didn't want to continue after learning what the requirements were, whether it be the insurance piece or the additional permits that they needed to gather from the other departments. They decided not to move on, and we had to cancel those applications. And then for film, we actually received 49 applications spread throughout 11 projects. This included 19 applications that served as supplements to revisions or revisions to the 26 issued permits for 7 projects. There were 2 applications that came through that we could not permit that were for 2 separate projects. And then finally, we did not require permits or had 2 projects canceled. And that was 2 applications split between those 2. And we can move to the next slide. Our recent achievements. This is the hardest slide for me, I have to admit, because how do I summarize an entire year? We completed renovations of the 25 Federal Street building. We were successful in transitioning the special events and film permitting process back to culture and tourism. We recruited 2 new members to the Nantucket Cultural Council, and I want to make a shameless plug that we have 1 seat available on the Nantucket Cultural Council. If you are art or cultural seeker, I invite you to apply to be a member of that council. And we were invited to represent Nantucket and lead a discussion at the Center for Responsible Tourism Conference this year on sustainable tourism. Unfortunately, I had to have surgery and I couldn't go. But we were invited, and it would have been great. And I'm hoping to represent us again next year. And we've built a great relationship with the Center for Responsible Tourism, just to look at how we handle tourism on the island as a whole. And then we spearhead the revisions of 3 major policies to be more in line with current town protocols, one of which you approved tonight. So thank you again. And we can move on to the next one. And in summary, this year's transition efforts were supported by careful planning and effective execution, resulting in minimal issues during implementation. And the Culture and Tourism's unofficial motto remains, walk in with a question, leave with a smile, reflecting our ongoing commitment to welcoming helpful service. Thank you.
I'll say that in the mic. Impressive.
Great job.
Okay. Chantal, great job. Thank you so much. Very enthusiastic. That's our Chantal. Okay, next item is our Island Home status of proposed new facilities. So I want to introduce a few people who are going to be presenting and give you a little bit of an introduction on this. First off, just to refresh our memory about this project, the appropriation for the proposed new facility requires 2 affirmative votes by Nantucket voters due to the type of funding that is needed to build it. 1 at town meeting, 1 at an election. The proposal did not receive the required 2/3 vote at the 2025 annual town meeting, although it did receive approval at the subsequent election in 2025. Following those results, the board discussed how to proceed and requested additional information through the following: a community survey to gauge support or not for the project, cost savings that could be achieved through a reduction in the size and scope of the project, operating costs for a smaller facility, the procurement requirements for a redesigned facility, and what closure plan logistics and costs might look like. Our presenters tonight are myself, Rick Sears, our Deputy Town Manager, Craig Piper, our architect from SMRT, John Lemieux, our owner's project manager, I think John's online from Vertex, and Bob Eisenstein, our Island Home administrator. So we're going to take you through and then very happy to address any questions. Rick is up next to, sorry, Eric, I should have had you start going through this because I already have gone through the first, that I've basically done that, yep. Rick's going to start here with the survey results.
Okay, so, good evening. Rick Spears, Deputy Town Manager. Of those steps that Libby highlighted that you would want town administration to look into, the first of them was a survey, a community survey. And I think the hope was we'd do the survey really quickly, we'd get some answers, and that would determine whether or not we looked into some of these other aspects that Libby mentioned, like a redesign and like the operating model for a smaller R Island home. Survey took a while to get out. We, nevertheless, we ran the survey from September 24th to October 31st. We had about 700 respondents, and the survey was designed by Chair Hill, myself, Florence Urullo, the communications manager, and a little bit of work with Zen City. The goal was to gain feedback on 3 potential paths. One, of relocating our island home to Sherburne Commons, including the smaller design. 2, the appetite to rebuild it 3 East Creek. And 3, do nothing, prepare for closure, operate it until operate the current facility until we just can't do it anymore. So from the 700 responses, we got probably the answer we thought we were going to get: a deeply divided community. When asked whether or not they would like to relocate our island home to Sherburne Commons, we got sort of a divide. We got a 50% of the respondents said yes, 40 said no, and 10 were uncertain. So not a lot there. But those who did oppose it or were uncertain, 74% of those respondents cited the cost as the reason for their concern. And then when asked about relocating to Sherburne Commons, but in a smaller facility, a 30-bed facility, 30-room facility, only 22% of the respondents supported that, only 22% supported a smaller our island home. So from that, I guess I would say maybe people slightly favor a relocation to Sherburne Commons, but they don't like the cost, and they definitely don't want it smaller. Then moving to the question about rebuilding or renovating at the current site, a majority of people do not support that. In fact, only 26% of the people supported rebuilding at the current site. You'll see highlighted there that most respondents do not support taking no action. So I'll translate that in English. 61% of the people said they want us to do something, although they didn't say exactly what that something was. And so, as I said, just at the highest level, the overall feedback is a engaged community, 700 people, but deeply divided. And before moving into the specific questions, I'd just like to make a couple of my personal observations from reviewing the survey. Only 4% of the people that were surveyed said they did not understand the details of the project. And I think that's a really important point to make. People understand what we're trying to do here, so we've done a good job communicating it. I guess the flip side of that for me is that if people are educated and we're split, people are probably pretty entrenched in their views because they have already given a lot of thought to their views. And then a second aspect, we asked a question that was intended to force people to prioritize town projects. So we divided it, we said, where do you rank a new our island home relative to affordable housing, spending for affordable housing, spending for coastal resilience, or public infrastructure, so roads, sewers, stormwater, schools, and that sort of thing. And the new our island home ranked always below public infrastructure, but it did rank better than affordable housing and coastal resilience projects. The survey goes live tomorrow on the town website. I encourage everybody to read it, study it, and draw your own conclusions from it. Don't listen to mine. Because we got a lot to do here tonight, I'm going to go quickly through some of the specific questions. So Erica, if you could change the page. Thank you. So just on who voted, 76% of the people who voted were year-round residents and registered voters. And you can see that on the bottom half, 56% voted at both the town meeting and the annual and the election, and 25% voted just at the election. Go to the next screen, Erica, thanks. And so then we asked the question of, if you voted at town meeting, how did you vote on the Our Island Home? And you can see from the first two that I voted in favor 30%, I voted against it 32%. So just to put a little finer point on that, that's 151 I voted in favor of, and that's 162 I voted against it. So it is very, very close. We also then, just for other purposes, asked a question about what aspects of the project appeal to you most, and probably not surprisingly, a purpose-built facility, modern amenities for the residents, and then also rated highly is that this project is already designed and permitted. So pointing to the fact that I think people want us to do something. Eric, if you could go to the next slide. So this is kind of an interesting slide. On the right-hand side where it says, with this in mind, would you support relocating to Sherburne Commons? So with this in mind, the question prior to this in the survey was, would you support relocating to Sherburne Commons? And the answer there was 50% yes, 37% no. Probably one of the bigger gaps that we saw in the survey, because it is so razor edge. Then we showed them the table on the left-hand side, which outlines the cost, and said, with this cost in mind, would you support relocating to Sherburne Commons? And you can see down below the circle that it flips around, and the no's slightly outweigh the yeses. So clearly, cost is a big deal. If you can go to the next slide, please. There we go. So then the question about, I referred to this earlier, would you support a smaller facility if we could save $10 or $15 million? And the no's more than doubled the yeses. You see 46% no, or 47% no, and 22% yes. You can go to the next slide, please, Erica. Equally not well supported is the notion of rebuilding or renovating at the current site. Only 26% supported that, and 61% said they do not support that. And then if you add the cost lens to it, which is, would you support us building at the current site if it costs just as much as Sherburne Commons? The support dwindles even further to just 18%. Next slide. Okay, so this is the last slide of these. So we asked a question about, what's your level of support of the town just not doing anything and just keeping the current facility as long as possible? And the way I would read this is 61% of the people want us to do something, whatever that is. As I said, I kind of flagged that earlier. And then, are you aware that the state may mandate closure? 85% of the people said they understood that to be the case, which again speaks to the education of the people who are voting and opining about on this project. And then finally, if the facility closes, how important is it that we provide an on-island option for long-term care? And those 81% of the people rated that as either important or very important. So you get this big, huge dichotomy about cost and the people wanting us to do something. So I'm going to stop there with the survey, but I want to reiterate, I really encourage people to read the survey, because my interpretation of the results could be quite different from anybody else's. So I may hang my hat on the fact that 74% of the people say it's too expensive. Somebody else may hang their hat on the fact that 81% of the people say they want us to do something. So please read it and draw your own conclusions. So now we're going to move to one of the second deliverable, which was, come back to us with a smaller design, and that it essentially means taking off a wing. Craig's going to discuss it, but I just want to talk about one thing real quickly before I turn it over to Craig. If you could advance the slide, please. So I just wanted to remind everybody the financials of the ATM article versus what we're going to be talking about with Craig's, with the new design. So in the gray column, where the first red arrow is, was the total cost of the ATM article, $134,392,502. The new design is estimated to cost $17 million plus change. So that's your comparison of what we took to the ATM versus what we're talking about here tonight. And then down where the other arrow is the required borrowing for the two different plans. $116 million for the ATM plan, $104 million for this new design. For the keen-eyed there, you'll realize that the costs have come down by 17 million, but the financing has only come down by 12 million. And that's because in the new design, we're not going to move the Sherburne Commons employee housing from Sherburne Commons to the wastewater treatment facility. And in doing so, we lose some of the funding that we were anticipating from the sewer revolver. And I think the only other thing I want to say about this is, in the $17 million worth of savings, there's an assumed $6 million saving roughly from not moving the Sherburne Commons housing and then building them new employee housing. And that's not something we've bottomed out just yet. So there's risk to that number. So I'll just leave it with that and turn it over to Craig for discussion of the design.
Great. Well, thank you. Again, Craig Piper from SMRT. I think one thing when we met back in June, one of the requests of the select board was not to redesign the facility. And what we're showing is the same design. It's just options that scale back the cost. And all of these options that we're providing, other than the Sherburne housing, are not forever decisions. Things could be added in the future. So as Rick mentioned, the targeted project savings, for example, the first bullet is to reduce one of the wings. We have 3 resident wings. Each of the wings were 15 beds. So what if we didn't build one of those wings? The second one is eliminate the PV arrays on the building. That's also a savings that could be added in the future. And then the staff housing that Rick just mentioned. And then there was these other items are things that came up. We heard a lot about tariffs and assumptions and allowances last June. So part of our effort was to kind of clean up as many of those variables in the drawings, just to be clear. So if the select board decides to go back out to bid, to bring back to ATM, we will have more of those things included, as well as value engineering items that our construction partner raised during the bid process. So the idea is trying to eliminate allowances within that final number. Next slide, please, Erica. As I said, though, taking one wing off the building, if you recall, the full project originally was 45 beds, all private, but we had 12 rooms that were sized larger to potentially be doubles in the future, so a total of 57 beds in the same footprint. So if a wing is eliminated, you would have sort of a variation. If you wanted to be all singles, it would be 31 beds. If you use those future doubles day one, you could have 39 beds. So a little bit different than the original ATM proposal of 45 beds day one. One of the wings has had to be, I can talk about the personal size on the next one slide, but the hospice room, we had a family room adjacent to one of the resident rooms. That family room was basically the size of a resident room. So what we're planning is that's sort of a flexible room now. It can be a resident room or a family room. It's just depending on the census and how the project. So eliminating one wing, if you break down these individually, is between $11 and $12 million. Next slide. And the Sherburne housing, the 2 existing facilities, as Rick had already mentioned, it was about a $6.7 million savings to the project. Next slide.
Can I just note on that, though, just to be very clear that that's not the current agreement that we have with Sherburne Commons.
Thank you. And again, the breakdown of the summary of what the PV array is, it was about $1.5 million. Again, can be added in the future. And then next slide. Our schedule. Our drawings are ready to go back out to bid with what we call bidding options. So we have a base bid with alternates to add. So the base bid would be without the wing, without the PV array, with potentially the housing as well. And then we had alternate bids that would be additive. So we would have the full range. When the bids came in, the select board, along with FinCom and CapCom, could decide which number to go back out to the voters. The one piece to mention, it's always better when you've built or designed and permitted a larger building. To build a smaller building is typically easier to go through permitting, but that is a step we just need to cross the T and go back to HDC, Planning Board, and DPH just to check off those. And obviously the Sherburne Commons Board is a big part of that. Next slide. Just a quick graphic. And I guess there's just a couple things that we wanted to mention. So there's the 3 residential wings, the upper left, the upper right, and the lower right. Which wing do you plan for the future? The wing to the lower left is the kitchen, dining, living room sort of amenity wing. So the plan is for the lower right wing to be the one that is potentially eliminated, because the central nursing area at the top of the page in the middle could serve each wing. And so from a staff observation, that is the preferred layout. Next slide. So this is what was brought back at the ATM in 2025. You can see the new building, which is Sherburne staff housing on the lower left. And you're familiar with the layout of the Island home. If you go to the next slide, that elimination of that wing, we had to relocate what we call the person of size room, which is just a room for that's required by DPH, is in that wing. We just needed to move that up, and then the family room for hospice, and then utilizing the double rooms day one to be potentially double rooms. Next slide is the rendering of how that wing would be left. Again, the ability to add back in the future. Next slide, please. So here's a close-up of the new Sherburne housing. If you go to the next slide, if we relocated their existing housing in that same location, it would be in that area. And that's the potential savings to the project. Next slide. I think that's, Rick, you pick up here? Okay.
So you also asked us to do an operating pro forma for a smaller facility. And you may recall back in December of 2024, we did a pro forma for the current Our Island home with a projection for a new Our Island home. The pro forma for the current Our Island home had 37 residents in it, which is probably what we'll have if we build a smaller new one. So we didn't actually do the pro forma, the operating pro forma, and because we feel like we have a really good sense for it based on what we currently know of the operating position of the current Our Island home. And we got some pushback on some of the assumptions, and when we played around and fiddled around with changing the assumptions, it really didn't move the dial. The two things that move the dial are the override and the debt service. So that's what we thought we would focus on. So we also noted it last December that from an operating perspective, this thing goes the wrong way. Expenses grow more quickly than revenues do. buildings insurance increases faster than Medicare reimbursements. Employee costs increase faster than Medicare reimbursements. We don't raise our private pay to sufficiently to cover the increase in operating costs that were implied in the pro forma. So we have a challenge. And I think that challenge becomes even greater when we go to a smaller facility where we have diseconomies of scale. And that leads to higher per patient costs and challenges the revenue side of the equation. So the revised design, like the 2025 ATM design, still going to compete for funding and execution resources with other projects. It's still going to impact homeowners' property taxes, and it's still going to impact the residents of Sherburne Commons and the abutters during the construction period. But I guess we need to recognize that we're going to get improved quality of care, improved health outcomes, a more comfortable and stimulating environment, updated safety features, and more modern amenities. So in not doing an operating pro forma, we're relying instead on the override and debt service to understand the cost of this new proposed facility. So if you can go to the next slide, Erica. On the debt service, so we would anticipate borrowing $105 million at 4% for 30 years. So the total debt service payments over the 30 years will be $182,166,400, of which, of course, 105 is principal and 77 million, a little more than $77 million in interest. Each year, the debt service is about a little over $6 million, $6,070,867, and that will raise property taxes by about 16 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. Eric, if you can go to the next page. A little bit closer look at the override. So based on an average occupancy of 37, annual patient revenues are about $4.5 million. Now the payer mix could improve, or the payer mix could change and the results could improve. But as it stands, it's about $4.5 million. The 2026 expenses are budgeted at $10,740,000. And the difference between revenues and expenses is covered by the override and by certified public expenditures. And to the extent that there's any remainder there, that goes to retained earnings. So if we build a smaller facility, the taxpayer contribution will be the override and the debt service. So the override is already in people's tax bill. So if you have a home currently assessed at $3.2 million, you already pay about $448 a year for the override, the operating override. If we add the debt service in, it'll be another about $512 a year on your tax bill. So $960 a year for 30 years. So hopefully that's kind of a better way to look at this than quibbling over whether or not we will have one more travel nurse or one less travel nurse or one more maintenance person or one less, or whether taking the PV array off leads to $20,000 or $40,000 worth of electricity costs. So that's kind of what we wanted to leave you with, $960 a year per year for the next 30 years. And I'll stop there and turn it over to John Lemieux. Hopefully he's on.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Good evening. Just a couple of slides on procurement, a little bit stating some of the obvious, but just to make it explicit. Obviously at this point, last year's bid is no longer valid. So we've got to start over. If the decision of the town is to move ahead and to rebid this thing, one of the first questions we had is, hey, can we still use Consigli, our construction manager on the project? And we went down the rabbit hole of the yes and no scenario, right? And, I can say that since we've put these slides together, we feel very good that, yes, the town can still move ahead with Consigli. But what does that mean? That means that we would have to redo the entire pre-qualification process, and in fact, have already got the wheels running in case the answer was yes on that. and would need to start now to have that bid in hand again for spring of 26 town meeting. Again, it would still be tight like last time, and we would have to engage Consigli for some extended pre-construction because their original contract was only through the last town meeting. If the answer was no, we couldn't, if it had been no, we couldn't use Consigli, then it would have been utterly impossible to get a bid in hand because we would have had to redo the entire construction manager selection process as well. Next slide. As far as the construction procurement, what it would look like right now to have a new GMP, we would be starting with this pre-qualification basis. And again, the pre-qualification of the subcontractors, if you recall from last year, we had over 120 subcontractor bids. Some came through the first half of the process, the trade bidding process. The other half came through Consigli's solicitation of those other trades, the ones that the state doesn't, I'll say regulate for lack of a better word. But everybody that's on the side of the state side, the trade bidders, they have to be pre-qualified. And that process is the schedule that you see laid out in front of you here. And some of those dates have already passed. We are in the middle of advertising right now. If the will of the board tonight was to not move ahead, we would just cancel the procurement. But if the vote was to, yes, go ahead, let's get one more number and try it, great. We've already hit the ground running. We'll get responses back in a couple of weeks. We'll also advertise again, knowing that we probably won't get the minimum number of responses for a couple of categories. And we would, basically look to wrap up our pre-qualification effort in the middle or so of January. And then those pre-qualified folks, we would move right into the bidding phase with them. Rick?
Bob Eisenstein, Administrator at our island home. I think in full transparency, we need to give you worst case scenario, which would be a closure. And my company's been through that before, and it's a very difficult process. But just to walk you through this, the closure considerations, the Department of Public Health, there's a minimum threshold for the time. It's 100 days from the date that you notify them to the date you actually will close. And I'm going to review some of the regulatory requirements, the cost to the close, the addition closure considerations, post-closure administrative requirements, post-close property and assets, and then we'll do a little bit on the minimal capital expenditures if we stayed in the building for a period of time and delayed the closing. Next slide, please. As I said, basically there's two letters that have to go out simultaneously. One is basically a cover letter. It's your letter of intent to close, and then we would put together what's called a closure and relocation plan, and those two letters would go to DPH at the same time. Once they receive that, again, the minimum time frame from the date that they receive it is 120 days. And during the intent to close, within 90 days, we have to hold a public hearing, and that has to be posted no less than 14 days prior to the hearing. That posting has to go out in the facility and to all the residents, families, staff, unions, a whole bunch of people, local politicians, select board, et cetera. And then the Department of Public Health has 14 days after that within which to respond to us after the public hearing. Next slide, please. So the closure and relocation plan basically bullets out the following items. As I said earlier, the biggest piece is notification to the residents and families, preparation. When we've done this before, there's a lot of feedback from, as you can imagine, from families and residents, doing some counseling for them. It being HIPAA compliant with everything we have in the building, all the medical record storage, because DPH will come back and actually look at the facility to make sure that nothing is lying around that would be, would constitute a HIPAA violation. 60 days prior to closure notice, the approval with the date posted and the parties notified, and then really the clock starts ticking after the 60-day period. So 60 days prior to the actual closure date, Department of Public Health would put in what we call an admission freeze. So we wouldn't be taking any more patients. And then after the above is completed, we would actually start the process of transferring, discharging residents. Everybody obviously here would have to go off island. The regulation says no more than 5 residents can be transferred per day. And we would have daily communication with DPH. We'd have to put out a spreadsheet, tell them exactly name of the patient, where they went, where, you know, once they got safely to their location off island. Next slide, please. I did a cost analysis of this, and I think in our case, because it's very difficult to take even one patient off island with ferry travel and transportation on the other side, we estimated basically about 2 residents a day. So, you know, in theory, that would take, with 40 patients, it would take us 20 to 30 days. So to paying all the costs that would be involved for staff, travel, escort to and from the facility to the ferry, land transportation on the other side, we would always have to have a nurse aide with each individual resident. That estimate would be about $36,000. Next slide, please. Administrative cost of closure, we rolled this into the next slot, to next part as well. Most of our costs would be on the staffing costs. During the closed period, we'd have to maintain pretty much full staffing even as the census winds down. We've got a lot of fixed costs involved in food and maintenance and all the rest of it. So we have 60 employees to maintain 24/7 staffing for the 120-day period. The estimated cost for that is $1.4 million. Next slide, please. We have a lot of long-term employees. So when I budgeted this, layoff, severance, and retirement costs, I think I estimated about 8 employees that would probably want an immediate retirement, so a payout. So you got to keep that in mind. We're looking at retirement payouts based on Barnstable County retirement rules, unemployment insurance, COBRA, accrued benefits, administrative and legal costs. I rolled that into this one. That's $1.6 million. Next slide, please. So when it's all said and done, the last item on here is security and utilities for the building, medical records, asset disposal, whether we would want to dispose of our assets to other departments in the town, what have you. That last piece is estimated cost of $165,000. So all in, the estimated total cost for the entire 100-day transfer period and other wind down activities would be $3.2 million. Next slide, please. Just some additional cost considerations. Obviously, you'd have to have a vote on whether, you know, to cease operations. Public hearings, the stakeholders, we have no idea what, you know, as Rick pointed out, there's a lot of people in favor, obviously, of keeping the facility. So we can't really predict what the feedback would be. Administrative hearing rules require 14 days notice, as I mentioned earlier. Human resources considerations, I think this would be our biggest challenge with the very long-term employment staff and how to communicate, severance, support, administrative follow-through, et cetera. Next slide, please. Post-closure administrative requirements. I'm not going to go through all these in detail, but this just tells you all of the details. So at the end of the 120 days, I budgeted through an entire year because there's a lot of post-closure activities that we would need to stay on top of that this slide can detail for you. So I don't need to go into all the details of that. Next slide, please. And again, this would be also just a lot of detail to keep in mind. This was what we would have to do post-closure, maintaining, you know, the maintenance of the facility, the safety of the facility, et cetera, not knowing what the reuse would be of the facility itself. I put in the detail knowing that we would have to maintain that building and the safety of it for probably another 6 to 8 months after close. I think that's it, and I think this is now going to be, oh, I'm sorry. This is a very important one. So what we did just to show, again, full transparency, if we decided to maintain the building being open for a period of time at the current location, there are certain funds that we've already gotten approval for capital improvements. There's a window project that's in the process of beginning, that's $287,000, generator upgrade, $50,000, and then there's other required but unfunded capital improvements that we would be looking at. So plumbing infrastructure would have to be looked at for about $150K. The sewer infrastructure estimate is $250K. And then there would be other capital costs that we would need to look at to keep up with the current life safety regulations. We have a gentleman coming out next Monday and Tuesday that's going to do a very thorough walk through the building to give us an estimate on like a 5 and 10 year capital cost if we need to be maintained in the current building. I think that's my last slide, and then I'll turn it back over to Libby. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. So these other items that are identified on this slide, the board previously asked for an indication from the land bank as to a potential purchase of the West Creek Road property, and if favorable, in what range. The land bank is currently seeking an appraisal of the property that would include a set-aside for a senior center, as has been discussed as the plan for the property once vacated by Our Island Home. The Sherburne negotiations, I think that was spoken to a little bit earlier. Other potential operators so this comes up every now and then. It came up at town meeting. While initial interest has been expressed on several occasions over at least the past 25 years, none of the discussions has panned out into a serious proposal of any kind. Operators tend to be interested in the property and other uses for the property, not the current facility. While it's possible that we could issue a procurement to solicit operating proposals without a new facility, those are unlikely, and the hurdles to operating a public facility with or without a substantial subsidy are significant. There's no interest in this once people start really looking at it. We had a meeting as recently as 2 months ago with someone who had expressed some interest. Natural heritage permitting for this current Sherburne Commons facility was never completed. A town meeting vote is required to secure a conservation restriction for the property, which is mandated by natural heritage, although it is now in a different area. So at this point, we do need guidance by the board as to how to proceed with the project and/or the facility itself. We all understand it's a very difficult discussion. It's a very difficult decision. The board has had a lot of discussion about this. Town admin I've been involved in discussions about the future of the Island Home for, again, at least 25 years. This isn't necessarily a new discussion, but we are reaching the point at the facility where it's going to start hobbling along physically, the physical plant. And if we are going to continue being in the skilled nursing business as part of our municipal function, then we really need an appropriate facility. And it's expensive. And we do have many other, as has been noted repeatedly, lots of capital projects on the horizon. And there's a prioritization issue with them. I think we've heard loud and clear from the last couple of years from the taxpayers about how they feel about large capital projects. So it's a tough decision, but we're here to answer any questions that the board might have.
I'll go. I've got one. Say would it even be possible to place 40 people? Have you guys had those discussions with that? If we placed them this year or in 2 years or 3 years?
That's a Bob question, but yes, it would be possible. It would take a period of time,
Right.
but yes, it would be possible.
Matt, are you referring to actually placing them in other nursing homes?
Yeah, because if we're going to do something and it's not even possible.
The answer is yes, technically, but I can tell you, having gone through a close off island, the difficulty comes up is it's resident rights versus, the business, what the business wants to do. And even in a best case scenario, where we went through a close in a facility up in Lawrence, the residents have to be given 3 choices. In some cases, they have to be allowed to actually go to visit the facility. So the answer is yes, but it's logistically, my feeling is, because we send people off island right now just for one medical appointment on one day, and to do that is, we got to get an aide, we got to get on the boat, it's just very, very difficult. And so it is possible. We hear from families all the time that just they're afraid of what would happen if they have to go to visit someone off island. So the answer is yes, technically, but again, it's kind of a value, moral question, I guess, in a way. Yeah.
This was for you, Bob. So the public hearing process on the closure, What is the purpose of that? Can they deny the closure?
I don't think they can I don't think they can technically deny. What I've seen in some cases is it just would raise concerns, and then we've never seen the case, only in hospitals, in some of the cases with hospitals, because of the bigness. DPH has gotten involved, and as far as, and also at the state level, and they've tried to delay the close, or, and those are different, but I've never seen a nursing home technically that's been prevented from closing, technically. But again, it all depends on public perception and what happens. I think we're the only municipal facility left in the state. So, there again, my own personal opinion is I think you get a lot of pushback, particularly from the state. They can't deny it, but they might voice an opinion about how they felt.
But it provides an opportunity for residents and their families to
yes, to
talk
come
about the
forward,
impact. And,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Val, were you coming up to say something?
Thank you, Val Oliver. I have a couple of questions. What's hard for us as a community is we obviously want the island home. It's important to us. We've all lived here forever. We're going to die here, most of us. And a good facility is extremely important. What's hard is a couple of things. One, I find the survey questions, no matter what survey, whether it's this or anything else, is always skewed to get an answer that you want, or people don't know how to answer it because it doesn't really fit in a category that they can comprehend. So that's always hard. So basing anything on that and then giving us graphs just goes. I'm frustrated by what we're being presented with, and it's either we do this or everybody's going to move off island. I have come around as a person who always wanted to stay there and actually be able to see the water in the last vestiges of my life since I live in Mid-Island. That's a pretty nice spot out there. But I find it hard to understand that changing that building by just taking off a wing and reducing the amount of rooms is the only option we have, as opposed to perhaps making the footprint a little bit smaller, going up in one area, putting in an elevator, not moving the housing, and still accommodating the same amount of people. Am I to understand that the cost to redesign that is more money than just taking the wing off? I don't really understand that. I think the building is beautiful. I looked at the little thing today that came up when you look at the agenda. There was a video. But our reflection spaces, a hair salon, I mean, those are all really, really nice things, but couldn't we get rid of those? I mean, to me, there is some extra things that could be rethought, taken out, and why can't we save money that way? PV being taken off, doesn't the state subsidize that? I just think we're being presented with this, it's this or it's this. We're somewhere in the middle, I think, could really work and win everyone over. That's my comment.
Hi, good evening, Kimball Sutton again. So it was my understanding, and so I'd like someone to tell me if I'm wrong, because it could be, that at one of the presentations at Dreamland, it was stated that if you do 2 stories, then you need 2 fully staffed, separate nursing stations or something like that. So it's not just that you can use the same amount of people.
That's correct.
Right? So then you need more people. So it's.
And there's a problematic with elevators as well for fire safety.
Right, and I can empathize with anyone trying to get their elder off island. and then back. It's a lot easier to put them in your car. But anyway, so thank you for clearing that up for me.
One of the many iterations of this was a preliminary design for building a new facility on site while leaving the island home operating. And we have thoroughly talked about 2 stories, the problem with 2 stories, the cost, staffing costs and operating costs of 2 stories. That was evaluated and discarded years ago. And I think we keep circling back to the wish that somehow there's a middle ground that's going to cost less and give us everything we want for less money. I think the community has got to reconcile with the fact that if we're going to do this and we're not going to have increasing operating overrides, that we need to invest this money. We either, it is a this or that decision, honestly. And I think that is really hard to swallow emotionally. But the 5 of us are now in a position of really having to take a community that's divided pretty close down the middle and make a choice, because the community, through many, many iterations of this discussion, have not expressed enough support for one path or the other. I think this difficult decision is going to fall on us, whether we move it forward, and that pains me, but I don't know.
Amy?
Hi, Amy Eldridge. I have a question. So currently we're giving every year forever $5 million to the island home. Are they going to come to us after, if this new building gets approved? Is that number going to go up and we're going to be providing them with $10 million and $15 million down the road to cover the expenses of mass health and all that stuff?
We're not projecting that at all.
Okay, because that's just stuff.
And that 5 million does grow by 2.5 every year.
Correct, but they could come to us for an increase to cover all those expenses later on, no?
No, it should not be more expensive.
Okay.
Based on the pro forma.
Thank you.
And the hope is that there would be more potential revenue coming in for short-term stays and private pay with a new facility.
And regardless, town meeting would have to vote like it did previously, so we'd still have a say on it.
Yeah, but yes, projections are such today, but the bottom line is, in healthcare, it ain't getting any cheaper. So for us to assume today that costs won't rise over time, I think is also an error. I really think long and hard about saddling the community with the operating cost of a nursing home facility long-term. Never mind the capital cost is one thing, but to commit to funding a subsidy for this, enterprise in perpetuity it's real. So I'm not saying it's making me sway one way or the other, but we have to be honest with ourselves about it.
Yeah, that is true. So the conundrum that I've been left with as the representative on this is that we had a positive vote at the ballot, which is a larger segment of our population. We didn't have a 2/3 vote at town meeting. So yes, we are continued to be a community very divided. And no survey is perfect. It was no intention. I was part of trying to craft that survey, of trying to sway it one way or the other. It was really trying to find out, what do people want? And I mean, my main takeaway is that no one can wrap their heads around what things are costing. And that if we want the kind of facility that we need, we can shave off little pieces, but nothing is going to cut the price in half and have it be something that's functional and meets codes and services the community the way it has been. So we are left with, do we bring this back to town meeting one more time with bid alternates to take to do the small pieces that we could do. I'm actually not terribly in favor of trying to work out with Sherburne Commons, keeping their employee housing there, because now we're losing the fact that we were going to move that and gain some housing when we're seeing how much we're spending on other housing projects, that all of the pieces fit together very well and wouldn't require us now trying to relocate Sherburne Commons employees, causing additional problems while the houses are moved. So just that being said, so we're left with, do we bring this back? I think if we are going to bring it back, we have to bring it back in '26. While we still have the same team in place and we'll have the rebid numbers. Or how long are we going to put hundreds and hundreds to millions of dollars into the existing building to keep it running when we know it's closing? There is no way to plan for the future, talk about long-range planning with like the coastal resiliency planning. That's what we're doing. And it is a question of, are we staying in this business? The survey overwhelmingly said that people want an island home on this island, but they can't wrap their heads around what it's going to cost. And we have really gone over and over and over. We're not going to shave off $50 million. $1 million, $5 million, like by reconfiguring different things and having it not necessarily be as functional as what I found to be a more optimal plan. So if people would vote for it with a, what was it, $105 million borrowing, then great, but then we're still going to end up with less potential beds.
Right, Madam Chair. I mean, and then we haven't seen the new bid. And
that's correct.
That really bothers me because we have to make, Brooke said, healthcare costs are going to go up. So that yearly cost is going to go up. And we may wish for more revenue, but that may not happen. And I think the bid is going to be higher on the new facility that may be almost as much as the complete facility. And the $900 a year in our taxes, that's not so much. But we also have other things to do. And unfortunately, we have to look at this as a total picture of all our capital expenses, just not this in isolation. So it always comes back to, yes, we'd love it, but it's cost that really kind of is dragging me away from this, unfortunately.
Can I jump in here? Phil Smith. My recollection at the town meeting, when the vote was taken, it was just one plan. I don't believe was there a second, less expensive alternative, or was it just that one plan? Because I remember a lot of people, I heard people saying, gee, it's either all or nothing, we either do it or we don't do it. But would it be possible for this next town meeting to show essentially what we heard tonight? Because you guys are being put in a position of up or down, and I don't know that the entire community saw, the second variation.
The idea would be to bid it both ways, but then we would have to make a decision on which one we brought to town meeting.
You couldn't do, hey, guys, one or the other?
No, that's my understanding, that we can't do that.
In other words, so that the community would see that there's an alternative. It's not either this or nothing. Just a thought.
Well, it would be a board decision on whether to bring forward the lower bid with some things taken out. Right, I'm correct in that, right, Libby?
Say that last part
That we
again?
can't bring two proposals to town meeting.
I think that would be complicated and confusing for the voters. We could have a discussion about that and get back to you next week or the week after. But the smaller facility that we're discussing tonight, I think the general thinking is it is not going to be half the price that, it's still a very pricey project.
It's going to be 10%, 15%. It's not going to be 50.
And, the bids aren't, probably not going down a lot. But we can take a look at whether or not, I suppose technically, two proposals could be brought to town meeting. It's just going to be confusing. But maybe Brian has something to say about it.
Thank you. John would probably have to weigh in on this, but if we brought two proposals to town meeting, I don't know what DOR would do with the ballot question that was approved, whether we'd be able to use it on either proposal. That would probably, I'm not sure how this has ever been done or if it's ever been done. One thing I would just like to keep the board apprised of as you go through what's obviously a difficult decision on both sides is immediately after town meeting, we contacted DOR after the annual town election when the ballot passed to understand a time frame about how long that is good for. There's no definition for reasonable, which they said was, a reasonable amount of time with no definition. John can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that both him and I are of the opinion that an annual through 2026 that an annual or a special would probably fit the definition of DOR's reasonable definition. I don't know that much longer than a special in 2026, if this is the way it played out, would comport with DOR's definition of reasonable amount of time for that ballot question. John, do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, Brian. I think the longer, and the other factor here is the longer the town meeting is delayed, I think the expectation is that costs are going up. They're not going down. So whether it's 10 or 15% savings, estimated on December 3rd, 2025, a year from now, how much of that savings is going to be eaten up with inflation and the general increase in the cost of materials, et cetera. So I would encourage the town, if you want to pursue another option, would be to do it at the May annual town meeting. That's going to be, I think, that the best opportunity. I think that's going to be the best opportunity to get a bid that or a town meeting proposal that would have any degree of cost savings that might sway the voters.
Right, and I think that the other part of that when we talked to DOR is that their expectation is if we made changes that it would be reducing the cost of the project. So if the board's inclination is to bring it to the annual, the sooner the better to get the bids, because depending on where those come in at, I have full faith in Craig and John and all the estimating team, but if those bids come in markedly different and really close to the prior number with a reduction in the scope and size, I don't know exactly how DOR would react to that ballot question being used if it's been reduced in substantially the same price. And that was one of the questions that we asked them, and they typically said that ballot questions are good, provided that there is, typically they would expect to see a reduction if you're changing the scope of the project. So there are some things that we would have to work through as we go through this process to understand all of this, but just some added information as you deliberate on this.
Matt?
I was making the assumption that that we couldn't go higher, that the town meeting vote that you couldn't go appreciably higher.
So they didn't specifically say we couldn't go higher, because I think that they expect in the bidding climate that we're in now that there would be some appreciation of cost potentially. So depending on what that looked like, we would maybe need to have a conversation, but they do understand that as things bid and take longer to go through that process, that there is an expectation of some increase potentially.
Madam Chair, while we have John, maybe he could address the issue of the two proposals, because I think the ballot vote complicates that a little bit.
Yeah, well, my take on that is from a bidding perspective, if you were to have, a base bid with a smaller facility, you could have alternates included, in the bidding package. And then the town could choose an alternate. That is, the select board could choose an alternate that is something other than the base bid that restored some of the things that were being cut from the base bid.
Right,
Um,
but John, can town meeting do that? Or,
well, you would have to remember now. Uh, if you wanted to do that at town meeting, or give town meeting that option, I think you would go to town meeting with a motion for, let's just say, the facility that was presented last May, and then, and let's say that was $130 million or whatever, you could certainly make a motion at town meeting to reduce the scope through the amendment process so that you could wind up, if town meeting said, yeah, we really need this, we have to have this, 130 million is too much, but we would favor an amendment taking out one of the wings and doing these other, taking out the solar panels, et cetera. And you would vote on a lower number at town meeting through the amendment process, but you would have to start at the higher level and go lower. I don't think you could put a motion on town meeting floor and then seek an amendment to increase it by $20 million. That probably would be beyond the scope, although with the scale of this project, you'd have a bit more flexibility there. But I think the way you really would have to do this is start high with the motion and go low.
yeah, so you're saying if we did bid alternates, we would go with the proposal that incorporated everything.
Yes.
But if we have the alternate proposals, we could bring in a new motion at town meeting saying, okay, instead, let's just say it was 135 million, and now we're going to take out 17 million with the things that we talked about. We could lower it to that by motion.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
That's
okay,
correct.
so
That's correct.
so there is a mechanism. It's just not really an either or article. It would be an amended article.
So, and John, the other piece of it would be we would have to take the alternates in order.
Oh, yes,
Because
that's correct.
it can't become I like the expensive one and the second most expensive one if you've deemed them in a different order of importance, right?
That's
So you've got
that.
so we and John, we actually talked about actually bidding the job as with the wing as an add to get back to the original project as opposed to the main project being the whole thing and taking away. Because in all of our combined experience, when you ask for deduct numbers, you don't get nearly the value as when you phrase it the other way. So we start with the smaller building and put those adds back into it that would get us back up to the project that was voted for last year.
That's correct, John. That's absolutely correct. But you would be able to present town meeting essentially with options, knowing the
Correct.
price of what
Correct.
those options would cost.
Absolutely.
Now, the other thing in listening to this discussion, the other possibility to get around the DOR conundrum would be just to commit to having a second ballot question, right? That's always available. And so whatever passes at town meeting, let's say it passes at 135 million. Remember, the ballot question doesn't have a price in it, but DOR would look to what was approved at town meeting. And if you have a ballot question matching where the voters knew that it was 135 million and they voted in favor of the ballot question, well, then you're fine. If you have a deduct amendment at town meeting bringing it down to 105, again, you could, you could still schedule a second ballot question in order to meet whatever the will of town meeting as expressed in the motion, whether it be amended or not.
So I just want to kind of go through my thought process. I've been thinking about this. This obviously was in our packet and went up last week, and I spent a lot of time on the weekend thinking about this. And I know I feel like we say this every week, but this is a really hard decision. And I think some of the uniquenesses about Nantucket make this difficult, like as to Val's points about getting off island and et cetera, et cetera. I'm not for the reduction in the facility and the plan. I think it's penny wise and pound foolish. I don't, and I think that's up for us to decide. I mean, it is for us to decide, but I wouldn't want to see that go to town meeting and have that debated by a very limited slice of the community. I think we need, this is a municipal facility. I think we need to make that decision. And then just jumping back for a second, DPH is not going to allow us, Department of Public Health, the state, is not going to allow us to build on the new site. That's been adjudicated, and it'd be very expensive and very, very complicated to do it. The Sherborne site has its complications. It has a lot of trade-offs. It's expensive. Also, a lot has changed with skilled nursing facilities since COVID and regulations that add price. We also have things like building with Nantucket in mind and things like that. We obviously want to make it as sustainable as possible. I think cutting off the sustainability part is a mistake. I wouldn't want to see that. This is exactly what we asked for. So I think the presentation is great. I think the debt service, $77 million projected, is a lot of money when we have a lot of other projects coming up. A lot. The DPW facility among them is in great need of being rebuilt. And I'm cognizant of that as a select board member. There's not going to be the future of state and federal help is murky at best. Private money funding it has been attempted. That is not coming into here. It is a really tough business, as to Libby's point about private folks coming and speaking to the town about doing this. They're obviously interested in the property. The profit model doesn't work. The override, the future of that, the tax burden. I just, if it wasn't for the human part and the staff and the amazing work that all the folks do and how important it was to Nantucket, this is reading our packet and spending time with it and being a part of this conversations. To me, this is sort of, it's not a no-brainer, but it's a call I think is reasonable for us to make, that this just doesn't make sense. As a select board member, as me making this call the best I can to my ability here. But there is the human side of it, which makes it really difficult. But I just don't see how we are the only municipally owned skilled nursing facility still left in the Commonwealth for a reason. The business model has changed. It's extremely difficult. I just don't how I can reasonably say as a select board member that this is a good idea to send on to the voters. I'm open to whatever my colleagues think. And I hate saying this for all the time that Dawn spent on this, that the town spent on this, and how important this is to people. And I also, the last thing I'll say is that I see this also as a little bit of two separate conversations, right? There's what's in our packet and what we need to decide. And then there's, after those decisions are made, what happens after that? Maybe the hospital fills in a need, or Sherborne does, or something else. Those, I think we need to make these decisions first. So anyway, this was a really, really hard one. I thought about this very hard. I just don't, at the end of the day, I just don't see how this makes good sense to send this on to the voters.
On a personal note, a good friend of mine who I thought would make an excellent select person, I said, you should really run. And they said, no, I don't want to affect people's lives. And I think my colleague here has summarized it quite well. This is a decision between affecting people's lives, but a practical one for the good of the whole island, long term. And I tend to support him that I think it's time. to say it was a good fight, but there's other things we need to do.
The thing that I worry about is I'm not sure that the actual consequences of not supporting this project were clear at annual town meeting last year. I think we have perpetually pursued, well, there's got to be another option, there's got to be another, for years. And I think a lot of people went into town meeting, and we're hearing it a little bit tonight, isn't there another alternative, right? And I said it a couple times leading into town meeting, that I'm not sure the voters really realized that not approving this project means we are out of the nursing home business. When that happens is unclear, but it is inevitable that we are not going to be in the nursing home business if we don't build a new facility. And I'm not entirely sure that everyone understood that. And I think I can make an argument for one last shot only if we absolutely are clear with the voters, transparent and clear with that hard message that if you all don't support this time, we are going to close down our island home on some timeline to be TBD. I don't want to spend millions of dollars redesigning the island home for the I don't know how manyth time. I think we're here. I think this group that designed this facility did a great job of looking at the needs, looking at what we would need, you know, if we're going to invest $135 million to make it a facility that will function and be good for the community and families for many, many decades to come, not, you know, penny wise and pound foolish. I think I sit on the fence. I hear Malcolm, I hear Tom. You know, I really went into the last town meeting in my mind saying, this is it. Either we're doing this or we're not. And here we are again. It's a little bit like the tax rate calculation. We keep having the same conversation over and over again. Are we going to have it one more time and declare definitively that as far as this board is seated, that's the last time we're going to have this conversation and have this option available to the community? At some point, we have to say, this is it, yay or nay. We're not going to keep doing this. The town resources, the staff resources that have been spent, dollars spent, trying to find a solution that gets us what we need for less than it's actually really the people want to pay, has been endless. I don't know.
I mean, that ties into what continues to come back at me is I thought it was going to be clear, but we got a positive ballot vote. I can't discard the fact that we got a positive ballot vote. How do we not give people one more shot at this? And I mean, there are components. It's not $135 million just to build the building. There are a whole bunch of other housing components and land acquisition. Like there's a whole deal structure with Sherburne Commons, which would actually peel out a lot of this if that weren't part of it, but then we'd have to go acquire land for $20 million or something. So we also do still have the possibility that we may be able to partner with the land bank on the East Creek property where they purchase a portion of it, which would still allow for a potential future senior center to be there. And that would be another potential offset of the cost. But sort of what I come back to is, yes, I know we have many competing needs. I know that this is not a money maker, but there's a lot of people's lives that are heavily impacted by this, whether it's one of your loved ones or yourself or everyone who works there and all of the people who've been so dedicated. We've also already spent an enormous amount of money studying this, designing this, and going through this whole process. So I just feel that I feel we owe it to the voters to let them make one last decision. And I think it should be very clear that if it is no at the 2026 town meeting, then we are moving forward with a closure plan. We're not going to keep dumping millions of dollars into the building for very long.
Yeah, I've had, what people are saying to me is we've voted this down. How many times are you going to bring it? You know, and for me, I think Tom is absolutely right that we should be, if we are going to do it, we should do the whole facility. You know, with the one we have now needed waivers the day we built it. We needed waivers for room size the day we built it, you know, in the 60s or 70s, whenever it was. So we shouldn't be repeating that if we're going to do it. But I think, you know, one thing that Brooke said and has been repeated a couple times is that what is happening in the healthcare industry is frightening. And having that, you know, like we can say, oh yeah, everything's going to be fine, but I'm not so sure it is going to be fine. I'm torn. I think we could go and we could bring it again, you know, but it would be smart to bring it now because we've got a town meeting vote, and if we're clear, I'm having a hard time because I can argue it both sides. But I think, you know, it's sort of a heart and a head thing. My heart is like, yeah, we have to do it, but my head is like, it's time. You know, we're 30 miles at sea and it doesn't work anymore. You know, there's no housing for the people that are working there. We have a hard time staffing it. We're bringing in, you know, nurses you have to bring in extra nurses and travel nurses and all the other things that we've had to do to hold it together. And we've done a great job holding it together. But will that last into the future? Like, will we be able to continue to do it? Is it something the town is going to be able to manage? My head starts telling me all those things. So it's.
It is a catch-22.
So what do we all want to do?
Does the staff have a recommendation, or are we gonna? No, I'm being serious. Like, is it, would you?
Well, I think we probably feel the way
as we
you
do.
all do, but it is a difficult decision. It does not financially make sense.
Okay. One piece of information we don't have. Do we need to decide this today?
No.
Okay. One piece of information we don't have is the value of East Creek and the impact on the bottom line if the land bank were willing.
We're not going to have that information in time to do this for this town meeting.
Okay.
We
Okay.
need to make a decision to get it bid by next week, I think, was before Christmas. Right? John Lemieux?
So Don, the process would keep going, you know, to pre-qualify, right? And then
Okay.
get that pool of bidders and then get the bids in their hand. So we're not going to have a bid until probably sometime late February, right? So the issue is just the process has started and we can continue walking down that road while you go ahead and do it. What we can't do is pause. If we pause until you get that answer, we'll miss the window. But we could keep going, and then if the project gets, you know, if the decision finally is no, don't move ahead, we stop the process. You know.
So then I guess the answer is we would have to we would continue to spend money going through this process. It's not the kind of money that we've already spent. It would be when we set the warrant in January. But do you guys?
So we could keep the process going for how much? And then,
But I still don't think the way that Land Bank's using the same appraiser that we used for another appraisal. I just don't think I don't know how soon they're going to have it. It took a long time.
I'm not, that money, it's not, in my mind, it's not contingent on that. It's my mind, it's contingent on, can we as a community afford to do it, and can we as a community continue to run it?
And Madam Chair, I can make an assumption, a new bid's going to be higher than what we have on the table. I may be wrong, but I'm just going to assume that.
I can tell you that bids on this side of the water have been coming in lower than planned recently. There's been less projects, but does that translate to 30 miles over the water? That's a great question. That's a great question.
Don? So timelines, right? We have to set the warrant in January. We're not going to have bids until February. So we're flying blind. The good news is we'll have the bids not like at the very last minute like we did last year. So the community will have a little more time to digest the numbers than the final numbers, because we got a lot of feedback on that, right? That negative feedback that, well, we didn't know until like right before town meeting what we were actually voting on numbers wise. I'm just playing both, like what Tom did, sort of talking it out loud. I mean, to me, an interesting element of this is we have a ballot authorization, right? I think we're not asking for both pieces of the puzzle again, right? Well, potentially. Let me just play this out. We continue the process. We set the warrant in January. We put it on the warrant. We get the bids. The numbers are, there's no savings, right? Or not enough. I too don't think we should carve off a wing. I think that destroys the revenue side and just makes the operating burden more risky going forward. And I've been feeling that way all along. So, we as a community have done a lot of let's try again, and then spending a lot more money for whatever it is we needed over and over and over again. And so if we play this out, we get numbers in February. I mean,
I'm sorry. It's going to be closer to later in March, because they have to play the whole thing and then put the GMP together. So while we will have pieces of the information, I just checked the schedule that was just sent to me. It's more March. So in my mind, the strategy would be you continue to move ahead with a number that isn't going, let's say it doesn't get better, but that becomes the basis of the discussion, right? And we talk about the alternates and the potential for savings, right? But the actual number is more likely in March. We can ask them to accelerate it as the best they can, but the process has to play itself out. A rushed bid results in less accuracy and more contingency, and we don't want that.
Okay, thanks. But then we then have numbers, right? 5 weeks before town meeting, whatever. I mean, we could as a board make that hard call then, and make a recommendation. I mean, the finance committee is unlikely to change their perspective on this. So this is going to come with likely a negative recommendation. And then we have the option then to support the finance committee recommendation at town meeting and say, this doesn't make sense. The numbers, we tried, but I don't no. Or we bite the bullet now.
Rick?
If we are going to take this to the next town meeting and do some work in between, that we might want to actually get somebody to do a pro forma for us, an operating pro forma, out 5 or 10 years. Because if I think about the override increasing by 2.5% a year, that's $125,000. The full expense base of our island home is currently $10.7 million. So roughly speaking, the cost base can only go up 1.25% each year for that override to stick. So ultimately, we're going to need a bigger override. And I think maybe the worst thing that we could ever do is build a new our island home and then not be able to get an override passed in order to operate it. So it may be another work stream we want to do. But I think based on the last performer we did, where there were a lot of questioning of the assumptions and whether or not the people doing the performa had an agenda, kind of as suggested earlier, even about the survey, maybe we get somebody independent to do that.
That conversation, that frightens me. Yeah, I hear that, and because, and I know it, but that, I think I'm at this point, we need to rip the Band-Aid off and start talking about when, how long can we operate the existing in a decent fashion. I mean, that's where my head is kind of heading right now, is, how long, what's a reasonable time? And how can we run that well for a reasonable time? Because I just,
It's interesting, this is on our agenda, and we've had 2 people here to speak about it. Do we put it on one more agenda with some public outreach? Or do we?
Well, I guess what I would say is I'm not sure that people out there listening are realizing that it is on the table tonight that the select board may make a decision to close the island home.
Yep.
And I don't think that that's clear at all.
And
that's why I'm saying it that way. But that is the motion I see that is about to happen. So I would suggest that people speak up, and I would also request that we move this to next week.
Yes, I agree.
Could I have a motion to continue this to
Yes.
next week? I mean, it's not a public hearing, but
Yeah.
I'd like a motion
A
on that.
motion to re-agenda this topic for discussion with some public outreach, to let people be very clear that we are going to make this decision, whether or not to move it forward at all.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. To be continued.
and now, well, that's, if we've got one more week, is there work that needs to happen between now and then? Yeah, we want to keep that work going, I would say, right? Is that, yeah, okay. So let's keep that going, but.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
if I may, I've been sitting here listening to all of you speak, and I'm so happy to only be a town council and not a select board member. But I do think if you voted to put it off for a week, I do think the agenda item should specifically include a possible vote by the select board to close our island home.
Thank you, John. We'll work on how the
Madam
agenda
Chair,
is
if I may,
worded.
I would suggest it early in the agenda, not at 9 o'clock.
Okay. just before we move on, Robert Little put his hand up, so I will allow him to make a comment.
Thank you, John. Big topic.
Yeah.
And please highlight the importance of the issue for our entire community so we can like get a grip on it and participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now on to traffic safety recommendations.
Are you going to be able to follow that?
Oh,
Mike?
you thought you just had a hard decision? Wait till one of these items comes up, number 8. Madam Chair, is it all right to take these one by one?
Yes, however you want to do it, Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first recommendation is in Center Street and Sconset. Is that zoomed? Control L. Oh.
I've got an error message from Adobe. It just shut down.
Okay. Yeah, we're all running on adrenaline, even our laptops. The first item, Center Street and Sconset. The recommendation is to relocate one on-street accessible parking space in front of 20 Center Street and relocate that to 10 Center Street. This is supported by Commission on Disability and puts that space in more closer proximity to the public restrooms.
Move approval?
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously by
Madam
4. Next.
Next item is related to a bottleneck along Easton Street, west of the intersection of Beach Street. Traffic safety looked at a number of different options for alleviating this bottleneck, which does impact NRTA operations, since the road is very narrow in this section of the roadway to accommodate 2 travel lanes and 2 parking lanes. The recommendation is to remove 6 on-street parking spaces on the south side of Easton Street between 76 Easton Street to the intersection of South Beach Street. This recommendation to remove the existing bottleneck created by a substandard width along this section of Easton Street to accommodate 2-way traffic flow and the 2 parking lanes.
Madam Chair. Mike, I understand this is an issue with NERDA and the shuttle, correct? This would help alleviate some issues, correct?
Very much so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a comment. I talked to Mike before. I have a comment about this. I think a lot of what is happening is the cars are getting wider, they're getting bigger, they're getting wider. Places that were never a problem before are now a problem. And so what we're doing is instead of asking the cars to fit the parking spaces and not park on the sidewalks, et cetera, we are like doing things like this. And so, I would wonder why not put a width thing. And if you have a thin car, you can park there, but you can't park over. I mean, I worry about pulling, worry about pulling more spaces away when we don't have enough. And I also worry about, continuing to allow people to park on, and I'll show you the pictures when we get there, to continue to park on the sidewalks as though, because then people are walking in the road here. So it's a conundrum. But anyway, so did you consider like having thinner spaces there or not?
We didn't, and we don't really have any type of standard for like compact only.
Yeah.
I'm sure if everybody drove a GEM vehicle like we have at the Plus office, it's a plug for an electric golf cart. This wouldn't be even on the agenda.
Yeah.
So point taken.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Sorry, Val Oliver, I gotta ask a question. How many people take that bus?
The Nantucket route
Is it a highly used? Because the car situation is everywhere on, and we've not dealt with it, and I don't really know how we can, but when I see the buses go by, they don't have that many people, I'm just asking.
Madam Chair, I think the Internet Administrator can comment on that, but that services the entire west end of the island, and the Nantucket route is extremely popular at peak season, which is when traffic is acute and when the problem is really exacerbated.
I mean, just to know, I work in this area. The parking spaces are heavily used, but there is a big issue here with cars getting hit. And a lot of the time, when two large cars are passing, when something with a landscape trailer or a boat trailer, which is very high traffic in this area as well, I would say that there's probably a lot of hit and run history right in that location.
India Street.
What's the pleasure?
I'll move approval.
Yeah, and I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is related to Waite Drive, and this is to add some no parking yellow lines across some curb space that we do not intend to have on-street parking. So the recommendation is to add no parking yellow lines along both sides of Waite Drive between Amelia Drive and Tacoma Way, except for the 52 section currently with head-end parking space on the northwest side of the roadway.
If I may, that Waite Drive extension to Amelia is a parking lot. And people are parking oddly on both sides because there's no signage, and we don't really want to create another Amelia Drive one-way car passage on a brand-new road. So I would move approval.
Is there a second?
I'm going to vote for this, but I'd like to make a point, is I think there should be head-in parking on the other side of the road in the design. Instead of putting 2 or 3 or 4 curb cuts across the street, I think we should be putting them in that way too, because you're gonna need it for those. But I'm happy with the yellow line for now.
So is that a second?
Yeah, I'll second it, yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries unanimously.
The next item is 15 Hussey Street. The recommendation from the abutter is to designate one on-street parking space in front of 15 Hussey Street as an accessible parking space. This is also supported by Commission on Disability.
Move approval?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 York Street, recommendation from traffic safety per request from an abutter is to remove one on-street parking space across from the driveway at 10 York Street. This would facilitate access to the driveway at 10 York Street.
Yeah, and this is one of the comments I was gonna make. Take a look at the car parked up on the sidewalk so you can't pass. At York Street, the policy that was voted, 15 years ago was York and one going up to Academy Hill, and I think it was Hussey. You could put one wheel up, but you had to be able to have a baby carriage pass behind, on the sidewalk behind it. That has turned into cars parking on every single sidewalk, ruining them, even in places that it's not necessary. And that again is the width of the cars and us not saying no. So I look at that and, of course, so, I mean, I'm voting in favor of this, but I'm saying we need to get a handle on, allowing the cars to take over the sidewalks.
Don? Is this a new driveway?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're replacing a public parking space with a private parking space.
It's generally, traffic safety looks at the capacity of the driveway, and if it has 2 parking spaces, we're only removing 1, then it passes the test and deemed acceptable.
Okay, but I understand the math of that, but it's still replacing a parking space available to anyone with parking spaces available to a single property owner.
It's correct, but the policy has been that if they create 2 parking spaces.
Okay.
I'm going to withdraw my support. Because
Did I just convince you?
You did, well, because
Yeah, this-
philosophically downtown, we're turning every yard into a parking yard. And so philosophically, I can't continue to do that.
So, Madam Chair, can I ask a question? Can we defer this for a policy conversation? Or approve it and then have a more robust conversation about this policy? Because if it's everywhere, I don't know,
I know, Madam Chair, I would have trouble approving something if we're going to have a policy discussion on it.
So defer it. Defer the decision on
I
this
move
one.
that we defer this particular issue to a further meeting.
Can I just ask a question? Why all of a sudden on this one? Is it a policy decision when we do this routinely?
I'm just thinking about the policy in a different way.
Okay.
As more and more of them happen, if there's fewer and fewer opportunities, if we're shrinking the public parking, the policy was established at a time when maybe there wasn't as much development or there wasn't as many properties that are
What I'm hearing is that the board, that it's 9:15 at night,
Yeah.
and the board
Yes.
wants to rethink
Yes,
the
let's just do that.
policy. So we're going to defer this for tonight.
Okay.
And we do have someone with her hand raised, but I would like to just go to that next time, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On H Street in Nantucket, traffic safety recommends designating the southwest portion of H Street as no parking and designating both sides of H Street as no parking within 24 feet of Nantucket Road.
And we should note that this, I believe, came from the fire department because
Correct.
it butts the Nantucket Fire Station.
Any questions?
Do you think Susan's hand is raised for this or the previous? Well, it went away and it came back.
It's back.
Oh, is it for something we haven't, that hasn't come up yet? All right, let me just ask her. Susan?
Yes,
Hi, I just assumed you wanted to speak on York Street, but was it for one of the other items that we're taking up?
it was on 7th Summer. I'm sorry, I was on the call for like 3 hours and then I had something I had to attend to and I've just gotten back. And have you guys talked about 7th
No,
Summer yet? Or
not
no?
yet. So just hold. We'll come
Okay,
back
good.
to you.
Thank you.
I think we're on H
Okay,
Street.
so H Street, what's the pleasure?
I'll move approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And carries unanimously. Next.
Next is Fayette Street. This is to remove one on-street accessible parking space and designate as no parking across the driveway of 42 Union Street. This has been reviewed by Commission Disability. They support the removal of this space.
And just a reminder, this space was abutting Diane Coombs's property and it's no longer
So
in
it's
use.
not needed anymore.
I'll move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Next, Madam Chair, this was an issue brought up by fire and the limited access for fire apparatus on Summer Street. Traffic safety did look at a number of different alternatives and options. We provided a couple in the packet for you to consider. However, we recommend option 2, which is removal of 6 rather than the 8 on-street parking spaces between Pleasant Street and Pine Street to accommodate emergency response vehicles, and relocate the one accessible parking space to the north side of, on the north side of Summer Street between Trader Lane and Pine Street, as shown in option 2. And just to let you know, we did look at the other option 1, which is to remove parking on the, entirely on the south side, but that was 8 parking spaces. We figured this was the least amount of impact.
Okay, I'll go back to Susan now.
Derek Worthington, I'm the pastor.
No, I'll come to you next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
I thought you
sorry.
were pointing to
I'm
me.
just going to
Sorry.
go back to Susan first because
Okay,
I'd already
sorry.
called
Hi.
you.
Yeah, thanks for taking my comment. So my family home is on 7 Summer Street, and I do want to just thank the Traffic Safety Committee for looking at the issue there, because I mean it's really a public safety issue. There's just, the vehicles cannot get through, and something does need to be done. I'm a little, I don't really understand the concept of the sort of staggered parking, removing some parking on the south side and some parking on the north side, because to me, it seems like, as far as an easy thoroughfare, it would make a lot more sense to have the parking removed on one side of the street. I will say, for full transparency, I'd like the parking removed on the north side, because you know, where we are, we have a very old historic house that, in the old Nantucket style, is built literally right on the street, and people park so far onto the sidewalk, they're literally, I mean, their car is virtually inside our house. And whereas the house directly across from us is set back, so, and they've got a big hedge there, so they're a little bit protected from the parking. And I also would have thought that removing the spot on the north side in front of the Hadwin Garden would make the Hadwin Garden a little bit more accessible and visible to the public. So I would have thought that it made more sense to retain the parking spaces on the south side and eliminate the parking on the north side in that part. So I'm not really sure why it's staggered, leaving getting rid of all the other parking on the north side, except in the western end of Summer Street.
Okay, thank you.
Derek Worthington, I'm the pastor at Summer Street, and very grateful for the fire department and for the police department and everybody that's been working on all of this. We absolutely support the idea of safety and reliable emergency access along Summer Street Church. However, the parking spaces on the chopping block are, for our community, the ones that are that have the closest safe access points for seniors, parents with babies, people with mobility limitations. And so just to cut it short, we'd like some time to maybe have a discussion with the people who are drawing up these plans to see if there's some alternatives that we might be able to work together on, particularly when the church is meeting on Sunday mornings. We'd like to just sort of be included. We asked for more parking spaces, and ironically, we're talking about now having fewer parking spaces, and there now is a yellow line along Traders that appeared not long ago. So we'd like to work together, is what I'm trying to say, on some possible solutions.
Should we pass over this?
Can we table this one?
Table
and
this one?
Maybe have Mike speak with the church?
Sure, happy to take suggestions you might have for alterations to this rather than.
And I'm going to point out that that picture was the next one I was going to say. Look at the size of the vehicles there. That's partly why we don't have room. So they're both pretty wide and they're parked up on the sidewalks.
The next item is.
Can I just take a motion to continue that one?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Next.
Next is 11 Orange Street. This is in front of the Unitarian Church. And based on a request from the church, designate one on-street parking space in front of the Unitarian Church as accessible parking. This would provide 2 total accessible parking spaces in front of the church. This is supported by Commission on Disability.
Can I ask a question? Is it possible to have accessible Only on Sunday? Hmm?
Tricky enforcement.
Yeah. I mean, if the point is to have, to create a whole accessible spot for activities that are limited to 1 day a week, is, having just gone through this up on Academy.
It's a good suggestion to try to open it up.
But I don't know.
How about
Chief
this?
Casper
I'll
wants
move
to.
approval and ask that we might look into whether we could do that in the future and put a, put a handicap. Could sign it in a way that could be used more.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll move approval
Okay.
with that stipulation.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And back over to Easton Street. 77 Easton Street, this was a request from Commission on Disability to designate one on-street parking space on the north side of Easton Street and west of the exit curb to Nantucket Hotel, 77 Easton Street. Establish that as an accessible parking space. This space is right next to the elevator lift for the hotel's main entrance, and it could be good for convenience.
I'll move approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the last is 2 Cabot Lane. Remove one on-street parking space in front of 2 Cabot Lane to improve access to the driveway. This is from a request from the abutter where the parking is in front of their house. They have a hard time making a left-hand turn into their driveway. It's also a very narrow choke point and impacts emergency access.
I'd like to defer this one as well.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we'll put that off, put 3 of them off for now.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you and sorry.
Okay. Next up, the request for modification of the mission name of Roads and Rights of Way Committee to Public Access and Transportation Planning Advisory Committee. Right.
So I could give a little introduction on this. A couple of things prompted this request, this proposal. The Roads and Right of Way Committee has been having some discussion off and on, and the chair's here, he can speak to this. Their current mission has basically been superseded over the years by the charter, and a lot of cleanup, much of which has been generated by the Committee of Public Access Issues, so there's just not as much content for them. The Transportation Program Manager, Mike, is seeking, and you can speak on this, Mike, too, but he's basically seeking support for an involvement with public transportation projects and issues with additional outreach, feedback, input, support, hopefully from a kind of a dedicated committee group. The Planning Commission decided several months ago not to reappoint the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So there has been a lot of discussions about this, and rather than establish another committee that needs space to meet, staff, administrative support, the idea was to modify the mission, membership, and rename the Roads and Right of Way Committee to what is being proposed here, the what's it called? Public?
TPAC.
Okay, so there's a acronym battle going on, but we can overcome that. And town admin's recommendation basically largely aligns with that of the Planning Commission and the other 2 groups, except that it is recommended that the town manager appoint the members rather than the select board, which is allowed by the charter. There's also a minor membership modification. I don't think anybody's going to complain about it, but that's our recommendation. And I'm sure these 2 might want to say something.
Madam Chair, if it's all right, again, this does come because we wanted to evolve the mission of the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, which I believe everyone believes was a very successful committee. Discussing it with members of BPAC at our last meeting, they were informed that we're going to expand the mission of that group to include more facilities, and that would take a couple of months. It took a little bit longer than a couple of months. So instead of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, We were recommending more of a citizens advisory committee to look at all transportation assets. In vein of the efficiency of government, we thought it was a good idea to kind of maybe merge missions with the Roads and Right-of-Way Committee. I will say the NPDC did make a recommendation at their October 27th meeting related to mission, and that's provided in your packet. I don't know if I need to belabor that, but they're very, very similar, but they do include a lot of key elements that I needed out of that advisory committee for regional planning purposes. So that's why that was in there. Also, the structure, the NPDC wanted to ensure that the NRTA administrator and the was part of that ex officio non-voting group of staff that would attend meetings and participate in meetings. They also wanted a Commission on Disability appointed representative as part of the 9 seats that were for this. So the NPDC recommended 6 at-large appointed by the Select Board or the Town Manager, if that needs to be modified. 2 NPDC members or appointed representatives. It was very important to them. They have 2 representatives from the NPDC on the commission, and then the Commission on Disability appointed representative. Also for the name, it was approved unanimously that Transportation and Public Access Advisory Committee was the selected moniker. So that's.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, for the record, I am Lee Saperstein, Chair of the Committee on Roads and Right-of-Way, and I come in support of item 12.4 as written in your packet. The title of that agenda item is modification of the mission and name of the Roads and Right-of-Way Committee to that of the Public Access and Transportation Planning Advisory Committee, which we all agreed was a mouthful, but PAC seemed to work as a nice shorthand. The unanimously approved committee motion for this is attached to your packet. Now, the existing committee has successfully completed a number of projects in support of public access, transportation, and real estate issues. Given the time, I'm not going to roll out all of them, but they have been substantial. As management of the island's increasingly complex infrastructure becomes more sophisticated, it is time for this committee to reorganize itself to provide the needed citizen input to key island staff on these critical issues. To this end, we're suggesting that the manager of transportation programs, the director of the DPW, and the real estate specialists or their delegates be ex officio members of the Transform Committee. Now, indulge me because I selected just one example of the new complexity on the island, but it does speak to bicycles. It's the plethora of electrically and human-powered devices on our roads. My Rally 3-speed bicycle, which I owned in graduate school, is gone. It's past. It's obsolete. Today's bicycles, also scooters, segways, and skateboards, need safe places on which to travel. We will listen to and comment on proposals for solutions to the bicycle problem. By the way, we're very clear that issues of enforcement are not in this proposed brief, that should they arise in our conversations, we would ask the manager of transportation programs to take them to the traffic safety work group. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? It's a pleasure.
Well, I have a couple comments. I know BPAC had some concerns. I'm glad that you spoke to them at the last meeting, but I think they felt like this kind of was happening without their input early on. I do think I support it, and I think that they are. I hope that 2 or 3 of the people from BPAC are appointed. I would like to see Libby do the appointment, the town manager do the appointment. I don't think we need to add anything else here, but I would like to think that that is kept a high priority. There's a couple good members and have done a ton of good work on that committee, and they should be able to continue. which I hope they will apply, and I hope they'll do that. So.
So as the NPDC rep of the county commissioners, one of the important things is that, that I thought about was BPAC was working under the commission, but making recommendations that were decisions the select board needed to make. So making this sort of a joint advisory committee to both the commission and the select board makes a lot of sense because they cross over in terms of authorities and decision-making. I would suggest that we go with TPAC because it's shorter, and that we go with 2 NPDC appointees and the town manager appointing and also having NRTA and Commission on Disabilities as ex officio. That's the constellation. However, is that Mike, where we want to go?
NRTA ex officio, Commission on Disability, voting member.
Okay. Correct. I stand corrected. So with that, I would make a motion that we approve this. Erica, did you get it?
So basically, the structure, as Mike has outlined in the NPEDC memo,
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
And it's going to be called TPAC. And is
Yep.
the mission, is the mission going to be the NPEDC mission? Do they differ?
I'm sorry, what?
The mission? Because if we're going to put this out as something that needs to be appointed.
Since Mike needs some of that for regional planning purposes, I would go with the NPEDC mission.
Madam Chair, I would think that ask the chair of the Roads and Right-of-Way Committee to maybe concede that they are rather similar, if not identical, and perhaps the one that I put into the memo for NPDC is a bit more succinct.
Yes, indeed. However, we did stress our historic mission of public access. We continue to discuss things like the Sconset Bluff footpath, where we've spent a lot of time on that with representatives from Sconset Civic Association. It's all part of public access. My colleague behind me, I know, wants to talk about access to the intertidal lands, and I'm going to defer to him.
Phil Smith again. I'm on the Roads and Right-of-Way Committee. I'm also the vice chair of the Harbor Plan Update Committee. We've been working on this for 2 years. You guys are going to be getting something shortly that has been approved by the state for your final approval. But I would like to propose that in our so-called mission statement going forward, that there be explicitly identified that this committee will be the sort of the place where Chapter 91 issues are considered. I've worked very closely with Jeff Carlson the last 2 years because Chapter 91 has come up in the harbor plan thing, and there's really no home for it right now in any of the town committees. And I think this is the appropriate place. And I don't have to tell you that Chapter 91 is a hot issue. It's something that the state is working on. It hasn't been digitized yet. It's all note cards. The records that Jeff has is pretty much handwritten things in a manila envelope folder. So this is work that needs to be done, and this is something that I think this committee can be working on also. So I just want to kind of get that out there, because otherwise there is a mention in here of intertidal lands, but let's put in Chapter 91 if we could. Does anybody have a question on that?
That's fine.
Would everyone be okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd accept that amendment.
Yes.
Hi, Bob Bystrowski, real estate specialist. I think the only thing that perhaps you should clarify before you vote is the number of actual members of this committee, because you will have quorum issues that need to be considered. So again, there's ex officio members that have been proposed, which is great. But we do, I think, want to leave here, or leave it in the discretion of the town manager if you choose to determine the number of actual members, because that will be an issue as soon as the first meeting of whether they have a quorum.
Why would there be a quorum issue if there's a 9-member board?
Well, because the proposal here is appointment by the select board, so I don't think that was entirely adopted. I think the question is, if it is a 9-member board, then this board should confirm that, but I didn't think that was clear from the
Oh, I
prior
thought
discussion.
that Brooke said the structure per the MPEDC memo.
Except for appointment by the town manager of the at-large
Yep.
seats.
Yeah, so it's 9, yeah.
Yeah, it's 9.
Yeah, that's fine. I just think, as long as that's everybody's understanding, that it makes it clear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we know what we're voting on?
Okay, so do we want to reiterate what we're voting on? And I need a second.
You are voting on establishing the Transportation and Public Access Advisory Committee, TPAC, with the structure outlined in the MPEDC memo shown on the screen, except the appointments will be by the town manager, not the select board. And it will include Chapter 91 license review. Is that?
Add that to the mission, yep.
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Sorry, who made the motion to approve?
Brooke?
Yeah, me.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, town meeting. A couple updates from the last time we talked about this in your packet. Again, what I tend to try to do is put in bold the items that are updated. So noise bylaw proposed changes. At your meeting on November 19th, you agreed to put a modified proposal on the warrant, so that's already done, basically. Rental car bylaw changes. There's some email that was sent to you today about this, and I don't think we're ready to talk about it tonight, but there is pending legislation at the state level that would potentially clear up peer-to-peer rideshare status with respect to whether or not that is a rental car business. And the legislation would, as currently written, would indicate that it is not a rental car business. So that might address any need to amend our bylaw. It would clear up that we wouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, I think what I would like, because I read what town council wrote, what I would like to understand is how the state could, do they annul if they change their rules, but it's against our chapter 58, does that annul it? You know, I kind of feel like it'd be hard pressed for them to take something away that they've given unless they specifically put it into their, into what they vote.
Yeah, I think we could have somebody from KP come on and explain that, but I think they have indicated on prior occasions that our bylaw is not clear that Turo or peer-to-peer, thank you, is definitively covered by our bylaw.
I 100% disagree with that,
I
as you
know you
know.
do.
So,
if you want to have more discussion about that, we can do that at a later time. I'll just jot a note, more discussion with TC. Okay, new. Bylaw to authorize the select board to adopt stormwater regulations, establish a stormwater utility, and adopt the fee structure. We're going to be bringing you a much more comprehensive presentation on this at a later time, but we've been having quite a lot of internal discussion about stormwater regulations, and we are going to need them. However, what has been advised by town council is we do need a bylaw to authorize the select board to adopt stormwater regulations. So this is the authorization that we need to have in the town code in order to proceed with the stormwater regs, basically. Okay, other updates. Real estate, we need to, Tracy and I need to finish that off. We will get to that. And, is Dylan still here? Thank you, Dylan, so sorry. Dylan was gonna give you a little update on the good landlord exemption. You had some discussion a few meetings back about the potential financial impact of something like that, and I think he has a little report for you.
Yeah, I I'll be very fast. I won't go into background again. I think we're all familiar at this point, but Dylan Metchenpel, Deputy Housing Director. For members of the public who might not be familiar, there is a full memo in the packet. Since I was last here, I had the chance to meet with, to connect with Brian Turbot and Rob Ranney to talk about this, and they are largely okay with it. They have some, and then yesterday I met with the Affordable Housing Trust. Basically, as you'll remember, there are 5 things that the select board needs to vote on to determine the maximum amount of the exemption. Everybody has agreed that for 500 square feet and under, we would recommend $1,000. For above 500 square feet, for above 500 square feet, it would be $1,500. The second is annual occupant household income limit. We would recommend setting the income limit at 120% area median income. The third is affordable housing rate of rent, which we would recommend at 80% area median income. The fourth is domiciliary requirements. All parties agree that there should be no requirement, because part of the idea is to incentivize people who have who don't live here year-round but rent their on-island property year-round to be able to benefit from this exemption. And then the fifth is any other restrictions or regulations consistent with the intent of the law. So it was the recommendation of Brian Turbot that we set a cap at 60 annual exemptions. That's double Harwich's exemption, which is 30, just as a guardrail. The trust disagreed a little bit with that. They wanted to see a higher cap. I'll just say from staff's perspective, we're of course in favor of moving the cap up higher, but we don't really anticipate seeing that many applications. We don't think that even 60 would come into play, just full disclosure. We do not believe that there should be a regulation on the number of properties a single owner could be eligible for, with the caveat that if somebody were to submit multiple applications, if there were other applications pending for the exemption, the other application would get priority. The next is multiple exemptions. We believe folks should be able to stack exemptions. So if they get the good landlord tax exemption and they're also eligible for the HERO Act exemption, which is for veterans, we think they should be allowed to do that. As Rob spoke about earlier, there's a minimum property tax exemption, so it can never go down to 0. And then lastly, to account for things like Tacoma Green or the Sparks development, where the owner of the rental unit is the development company, is a commercial entity, to limit that, we would suggest limiting eligibility to the year-round, to the good landlord tax exemption for deed restricted units that are, for ownership units to be eligible for the good landlord tax exemption, they must also be owner occupied. So that would prevent, in developments like Tacoma Green, where there will be 64 rental units, they cannot apply for all 64 exemptions there. They would have to be occupied also by the owner. So to go back to STRs, it would be like a hosted stay. They'd have to be eligible. And so basically what we're asking for tonight is 2 things. One, we'll need not necessarily this, not for tonight. We'll need feedback on these 5 from the select board. And then what I would be interested to know tonight is when the select board would like us to bring forward a draft article in collaboration with town council.
Anybody?
I mean, the trust talked about this at length yesterday, and we believe it's a good tool to add to the toolbox in terms of encouraging year-round rentals. And the finance department said the impact is not going to be so dramatic that it's going to, so it's, for some people it will be an incentive. In other communities, I mean, the paperwork hoops and all of that and the restrictions mean that it's only going to be appealing to a really limited pool of folks who are renting at the lower income levels, or who are already renting at lower income level rates. So I think it's worth a shot.
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions about it, but I'll save it. to another night? You know, it's sort of like one of my questions is, and I can save, you don't save it, but how do you live in it? How do you live in a house if you're also renting it? You know, so you're saying you'd have to live in one unit and you could rent the other?
A room.
Like if you rented the room. So that's why the exemption would be based on square footage. So it's based on the square footage of the space that's rented out. So if you rented a room, or if you rented an ADU, that kind of thing.
All right, so if it's small, then that's what you're looking for.
And I'll just add, and I don't want to pile on, but I'll just add the part of the reason we think that there won't be like a huge influx, and to speak to Brooke's point, is that setting the income limit at 80% is really low. So they have to be renting at really affordable rates. And then they're only getting 1,000 or 1,500 back for the entire year. So we don't anticipate this being like converting a ton of properties and people flocking to this. It's just to add another tool to our toolbox to incentivize people continuing to do this.
Okay.
So,
Yes, on drafting an article.
yeah, move forward with drafting, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dylan. Okay, so we'll keep that in. Financial and/or ballot questions. We talked about Island Home tonight. We're moving that to next week. We'll do some public outreach on that. These are just ballot questions that you more or less already know about. The Somerset Needs Area Sewer Extension, that is on your agenda for next week as well for an overview. But right now, that is in the capital plan. DPW supplemental design, that wasn't in my list earlier, but it is in there now. We can discuss that next week as well, because we will also be reviewing with you next week fiscal 27 capital projects to get the board's endorsement of what is going to the capital program committee. And that is it. Town council is prepared to give a quick overview of the citizen warrant articles, and town admin sometime very soon will add its comments to those as well as needed. John?
John, you're up.
Yep. Good evening, everyone. I look a little bit ethereal, but there's a story behind it I'll tell you later. So I've done my review of the citizen articles. The good news is, I guess, there's only 9 of them this year. The first one by the McClures is a zoning map change, which I've approved as to form. The second one is Mr. Barnes is proposing to establish, basically it's another run at establishing a town council form of government. The issue is that he, I think in October, submitted the final report of the town council study committee. And he's proposing the adoption of a new charter that would establish a town council form of government. There are some issues with the way this was proposed in the citizens petition, in the citizen warrant article. But I think the biggest problem is he hasn't attached to his article the actual wording of the charter amendment. And so any positive motion under this article, I think, would really necessitate having to present to the voters the actual text of the amendment of the revision that he's proposing. And so I think that's going to be a logistical problem. But it's essentially to have town meeting adopt the final report of the town council study committee. Mr. Barnes has also, in number C, is proposing to take Burton Lane as a public way. And unfortunately, I cannot approve this one as to form, because a public way can only be established if the select board votes to lay out the way after referral to the planning board. And if the board votes to lay out the public way, then and only then can it go to town meeting for acceptance of the layout. So I think this one is not in proper legal form, and I'm not sure that there's anything that can be done to correct that.
It's Boynton Lane.
It's a typo.
Yeah,
It's
it's
I'm
Boynton.
sorry. Boynton Lane, I'm sorry about that. And then number D is Hillary Rayport's proposal for special legislation, essentially to change the membership of the Planning Commission. And I'm approving that as to form. I do understand there most likely will be a article proposed by the commission after Thursday night, which will differ in some respects to what she is proposing. So unfortunately, I think we'll have some, at least two competing approaches, which will have to be sorted out on town meeting floor. Number E is Mr. Flaherty. He's proposing an appropriation to make traffic and pedestrian improvements to the intersection of Surfside Drive, Surfside Road, and Mayacomet Road. And I've approved that as to form, but of course, any motion is going to require an actual funding source. Ms. Oliver is proposing the creation of an offshore wind stabilization fund and to dedicate any revenue received by the town in connection with the wind turbine, projects that are currently underway. And they would, under this article, they would be dedicated to specific purposes, essentially to object to any future wind turbine projects. This is basically in okay legal form. It's not exactly the way you have to do it under the statute, but I think those infirmities could be addressed through an appropriate motion if there is a positive motion made under this article. And it will take a 2/3 vote of town meeting to adopt this. Numbers G is Mr. Williams. This is very similar to the article he had last year, which is to appropriate money to basically to purchase or lease an incinerator or gasification facility for the landfill. And as I explained in my chart, this will there is currently a moratorium on new and municipal solid waste incineration. So this is not likely to be something that would be permittable in the near future by the DEP. And there are a number of other issues with this article, not the least of which what would be the funding source, what would be the design. And I think this is going to be a very difficult article to craft a motion in order to implement what I believe is intent.
Can I go back?
Number
John,
8.
This is Matt. Can
Hi,
I go back
Matt.
real quick? We don't have to answer tonight, but I want to make sure that we've looked at the impact if the town accepted that, opposing wind. What does that do to any other agreements or things that we have in place already? What is our legal procedure?
Matt, I don't think that affects anything the select board has. For example, the settlement with GE Genova, that settlement has been entered into. It's really a question of where the proceeds from that settlement would go. I don't think it would affect the establishment of the claims fund and the payout of claims, because as you know, those funds are currently being held in the Special Counsel Cultural Heritage Partners, what's called their IOLTA account. And those monies will be distributed to any successful claimants that file a claim with the claims administrator. So it's really a question of what happens with the residual money that could be left over. Currently, the assumption is, yes?
I'm thinking of the good,
I'm sorry.
We've got the good neighbor agreement and agreed upon payments.
Right.
Part of that was we were going to be positive about wind, and we were going to use it for for the impact that these were having. And so if
Right.
we have, I just want to make sure that
I think what we will have to do is check with Cultural Heritage Partners to get their
Yes.
take on this particular article. And I'm happy to do that in the interim and the run-up to town meeting, but this is really a municipal finance vote about how the town is going to treat those, you know, those payments. And I know that Brian has been or will be talking to DOR about getting approval for establishing a special revenue fund. So this vote might not, if this were to be approved at town meeting, I really don't think it's going to affect how those funds are handled, assuming that, assuming that that's all done prior to town meeting. It is a complication, but I think the worst that would happen is these monies would go into a stabilization fund if this vote is successful. But in fact, appropriation, would require an appropriation by town meeting, although it would only be a majority vote. So that's going to be something that we'll have to sort out when and if this article is approved. Okay?
Fine.
Okay, and then we've talked about Mr. Williams' article. Hollis Webb, I think this is a result of the most recent HDC appeal. But he wants to amend essentially the town bylaw that would require a 2/3 vote of the HDC in order to raise a structure that is 50 years or older. But I've approved this one as to form, and it really is a policy question whether town meeting wants to amend the bylaw to that effect. And then the last one is Emily Bolden. She has essentially presented a new citizens petition that was the subject of I believe, Article 65 of the 2025 annual town meeting, having to do with lots created under the subdivision control law. And I've looked at the proposed article in her petition, and it's essentially identical to what was presented again at the 2025 annual town meeting, which you may recall was recommended by the planning board, and it did not garner the required 2/3 vote. So this is another run, I believe, at what she was trying to accomplish last May. So all in all, we have a very limited number of citizen petitions, which I guess is good. But we'll just have to go through the finance committee hearing process and see what the finance committee wants to do with these 9 articles. And of course, the zoning articles will have to be referred to the planning board for a public hearing and a report recommendation. Are there any questions about any of the citizen petitions?
No, thanks, John.
Are you still there?
Barely.
Okay, great. I will be at the finance committee meeting next to the hearing to go through these again.
Okay.
He looks like the great and wonderful Oz there, the head in the
He's in the
background.
car or something. I can't.
I'm in a car. I'm believe my
Okay.
daughter, and I've spent the last 4 hours listening. Very interesting.
Thanks, John.
So I
You
apologize.
froze up.
Okay, bye-bye.
Are there any committee reports?
I don't have a quick thing. There's real quick. Heat pump rate is available, and it is a heat pump. If you have a heat pump, there's an electric rate that is cheaper from November through April, and it is available fairly easily. You fill out a form and send a picture of the plate on your heat pump, or you get your invoice for it, and they are turning them over in about 2 days, 2 or 3 days, and it will be a substantial savings if you actually are using it.
Yeah.
So it's on National Grid. It's, it's on the National Grid website. I think the Energy Office has sent it around. And I wanted to do it at the beginning of the meeting and I forgot. So,
Yeah, it's the distribution rate, and mine was approved in an hour.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move to leave?
Adjourn.
If I can remember
All
what the
those in
word is.
favor? Aye. Carries unanimously.
I did.
Malcolm.
Move to leave.